nothing left to say, and nothing you could do. There is no other way when it comes to the truth. So keep moving on. You know you'll make it through. I've suffered, I'm done waiting here for
but it's never you. I can't help but feel so lonely. I know can't undo. I'm falling apart so slowly. Know it's hard for you to stay, but I can make it another day without you, without you. My phone lights up, but it's never you. I can't help but feel so lonely. I know there's things that I can't undo. I'm falling apart so slowly. Know it's hard for you to stay, but I can make it another day without you, without you.
Pick the time, I'll pick the place, 'cause baby I know that you're the one. If you got the will, I got the way, until your heart is won. But now I can feel the tension building, but it'll be alright if you and I could simply try tonight. We've come too far to throw away all the memories that we made. You and I were meant to be. I wanna take your love all the way before you take your love away. We gotta take your love all the way. Just don't take your
dangerous and crazy, and all you do is lie. You need to fight the demons hiding deep, deep inside. I can tell you are lonely, but forever you will be. Some are born as witness and others will not be freed. Cause I'm tired of lying, and I'm told about you. I can let myself forget better to start a new life from you. We are through. Time to start a
in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, 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 Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
like a phoenix, born from the ashes. I take care of my own. Torn down, we're assassins. You can't suffocate my spirit, 'cause I'm the king of my own throne, my own throne. King of my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall, fall. You'll never see me fall.
Born from the ashes. 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 Born from the. You can't suffocate my spirit, 'cause I'm the king on my own throne, King on my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall, fall. You'll never see me fall. Watch me reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all, slay them all, slay them all. You'll never see the reign, and I'll slay them all. Slay them all, slay them all, slay them all. You'll never see the
It's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun. If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun.
feeling start. I put a wall around my heart, but you're breaking it down. It falls to the ground, 'cause I have lost what you just found. The noise all around, I'm drowning it out, like we're the only ones in the crowd. 'Cause you save me now, save me now, save me now.
ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star.
Didn't even get to bronze.
I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you want. Shining like it's neon. Rock like Kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shoot, shoot. Yeah, shooting, shooting. Yeah, shooting, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars.
Didn't even get to bronze.
I'm moving too far. Get to glass. savoring this moment. Is this our last goodbye? Haven't we learned each other? Is one of us lied? So please just pull away. I can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your I feel paralyzed. Now I know it's over. I see you passing by, hand in hand, with your perfect light. My body goes numb. Feels like someone cut out my tongue. I didn't know a heart could die this young. Now when I look in your eyes, I feel paralyzed.
It's never too late to admit when you're wrong. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment. stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. I make the stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. I make the stars fill the frame. They say we're lost without aim. Today the stars will read red. Soon blue will guide us instead. Watch this never too late to admit when you're on. Turn a new leaf, see a new dawn. The time to decide has come and gone. Just give me a chance, we can carry on. I've made my choice, these drums of your voice, they run through my head as I remember the day. Stay in this moment.
now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
I smoke too much, I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I smoke too much, I drink too much. I tell myself that I can't stop. We could see clearly now. 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 Clearly now. Clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. That I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now. I can't stop. We could see clearly now. We could see clearly now.
here to stay, a life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who'll never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow. We'll never grow. Don't look back, we're here to stay, a life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who'll never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow. We'll never grow. We'll never grow.
I've got nothing to hide. Would I go chasing after? I had myself to blame. I knew it meant disaster. My arms went up in flame. I ran until the morning with my heart from my chest. I put my soul into this. I can't control myself. Why do I still try to chase this? I can only hold my breath. All my sanity has gone and I cannot control myself. I went insane trying to forget, but I hate myself now that I still want it, and I wasted my time. Must be out of my mind. Would I go chasing after? I had myself to blame. I knew it meant disaster. My arms went up in flame. I ran until the morning with my heart from my chest. I put my soul into this. I can't control myself. Why do I still try to chase this? I can only hold my breath. All my sanity has gone and I cannot control
Let me in or let me go. Honestly, try honesty. No, just tell me what I want to hear, 'cause it could save us. Let me fly, I've got my hopes, but I can hardly see why I'm still chasing. It's not worth it for me anymore. Watched and burned 100 times, I'm lost. I just can't let this go. Every last chance I had is gone, but I just can't let you know.
sends me to the peak. Without no regret, you got no love. Without no love, you got no regret. Without no regret, you got no love. A melody where I belong in this life. And the melody of my escape, vibration of my soul, it sends me to the peak. Can't we find any light without the music around? There will always be one love on life.
Why don't we get away, move away, you and me all the way? Let's take the first train, take the first train. Why don't we get away, go today, you and me seize the day. Let's take the first train, take the first train to California.
Yes, it'll come from Ethan. Question. Do you guys like the black suit jacket or should I go back to the blue one?
Joey, stick with black.
I always think that black is like a power move, like a black suit.
No one.
Joey, I didn't know.
That's why I'm out here with like the white sweater. You already know.
Also, did y'all figure out which agenda you want to use?
Not really.
No. So that will go to
the vote is literally tie, or at least figuratively. So.
Oh no, the split's getting even worse. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, gotta love terrible splits. That's exactly.
Dude, immigration 6-1. Let's go, baby.
Wait, is the one neg?
Oh my god. What?
The one is neg, right?
The one is one is. What do you mean? Yeah, one is neg. Yeah.
Okay, I'll write a neg.
I'm gonna have to write a neg too.
Write a neg as well, then.
We'll have to, yeah.
I'm gonna have to start writing a neg.
That means there are 5 people who didn't vote. So.
Yeah, but the likeliness of them all being neg is gonna be kind of low.
Could someone post the link to the legislation in the chat? Because I'm having difficulty going back on Discord.
It's now 7-2.
Oh, I'll get that.
Or 1.
Sure.
Wait, are we live right now?
I don't think we're live yet.
Okay. Thank God.
I think it would have the recording. It would have the recording thing.
No, he's streaming from OBS. It's a separate program. I know, because I'm the one who taught him how to live stream, so.
Yes, Joe.
Hey,
that's not
flex,
true.
Joe,
That's
dude.
not true. That's
What a flex, Joe. You're so very
Wait,
cool.
what a
flex.
This is live?
No, not yet. But
Well, what is it
Not
going to be
yet.
live
We're not gonna
on?
make it live
YouTube.
just yet.
YouTube, okay.
I'll also record the Zoom meeting, just in case the stream goes horribly, because right now it's having problems. So
Oh, big tech is very app heavy. Oops. Okay, let me go neg.
Yeah, I'm already neg on big tech, so I don't have to flip, which is nice. That helps a bit on that end.
Has our honorable presiding officer joined the call yet?
I'll call him.
No.
Jimmy, I just want to let you know that you can hear everybody in this Zoom call on the stream.
Do you guys all want to talk to Casual?
Yeah, get culture here and tell him not to be a big
If he legitimately freaking out, tell him not to.
Tell him not to worry about Quest. Quest is chill.
Yeah.
Wait, so
Follow Ethan.
Hey.
see the sunrise in front of us as our life unfolds and stories told. We stand alone. Shadows awake the innocent, counting down, we're counting as we lose.
And then I see that Jason started the recording. Cool. Alright. Alright, streams live, everyone. Have a good round. Thank you for coming.
Cool. Hey everyone, I'm glad to be returning PO this final session. Just to go over my procedure real quick. As per NSDA rules, I'll be identifying questioners and speakers based on randomness until precedence and recency are set. I will be allowing for an open chamber, but just for better transparency, it'd be great if you could motion in the chat so I know who's in and out of the chamber. I will not be calling motions in between cycles, so if anyone does have a motion, unmute yourself and motion. So when I call on speakers and questioners, can you guys hear me? It says my connection's like unstable. Okay, so just for calling on speakers and questioners, just raise your placards when you desire to speak. I'll leave a couple seconds to account for any lag, and then I'll be calling. For questioning specifically, I'll be calling on the first questioner, and then I'll be dropping the second questioner down in the chat. I'll be going like questioner by questioner, so one questioner at a time, and then I'll be calling on the second questioner. So just to go over time signals real quick. So for speeches, at 2 minutes, I'll be raising up this 2-minute placard. At 2 minutes and 30 seconds, this 2 minute and 30 second placard. At 2 minutes and 55 seconds, this 2:55 placard. At 3 minutes, I'll start counting you down, finger with my hand until 3:10. At 3:10, I'll be holding up a fist, and at 3:15, I will audibly just cut you off because that is the end of your grace period. For questioning, we are doing 1 minute direct questioning blocks. So at 30 seconds, I'll be holding up a C, and at 50 seconds, I'll be counting down until 1 minute has elapsed, and after 1 minute, I'll just cut you off. Obviously, if anyone cuts off or lags, technical difficulties, I'll just wait for you guys, pause the time, and then consult with the parley if it's necessary, if it takes too long. With that being said, are there any questions? No questions?
Are you gonna have like a recency sheet that you'll drop in the chat?
Say that again?
Are you gonna have like a recency sheet that you'll send in the chat or something?
Yeah. I was gonna do that. But aside from that, are there any questions? No? Okay, so let me get that going real quick. Okay, so you guys can access my PO sheet there. Just for reference, I just pasted all the entries on there before the speeches, so it's not like preset recency or precedence or anything. Everyone's good? Cool. So with that being said, the chair now calls the session to order at 1:10 p.m. Central Time. Chair now unilaterally opens the floor for docket nominations. Are there any nominations? Senator Raffinengo.
All right, so I'm going to propose docket A consisting of big tech first, followed by immigration.
Are there any seconds? Okay. Are there any other docket nominations? Senator Garigipati.
I move to close the floor for docket nominations.
Seconds? Cool. That being said, we'll now adopt docket A consisting of tech, then immigration. We'll now open the floor for debate on an item titled Big Tech. Are there any authorships? Any sponsorships? Senator Bai, you have the floor.
I thank the chair. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations on making it to finals. My name is Senator Bai, spelled B-A-I. As always, I stand at the leisure of all those above me.
Just one moment, Senator. It seems that your mic is kind of cutting out and is very electrical sounding.
Yeah, it's pretty crackly. Is it just like, do you speak away from your mic or do you want to?
I found that the issue is usually AirPods or some sort of earbuds. So you'll have to maybe switch the microphone on Zoom to your computer's microphone.
Is it working? It's good? Okay. So sorry about that. But again, my name is Senator Bai, spelled B-A-I. I stand at the leisure of all of those above me, so just give me a signal when you're ready and I'll begin. The big reckoning is coming, whether we like it or not. After decades of watching the tech startups in Silicon Valley becoming the tech giants of the world, it's time to stand on the right side of history and become the Congress that preserves our original values, a free and fair marketplace. Pass today's bill to adopt EU regulations on big tech. First, let's understand the 3 big problems with big tech and how they affect our world today. The first problem is a lack of regulation of legal content. Cornell's Law School's Legal Information Institute, last updated in 2020, tells us that companies aren't liable for any illegal content its users post. This would be a good thing, because otherwise tech companies would be bombarded with lawsuits left and right, but also this law completely lets them abandon responsibility. Now, misinformation and illegal content like hate speech can run amok on their platforms and they face no penalties. The second problem is secretive unethical algorithms. A September 10th, 2020 Brookings article tells us that big tech has refused to disclose algorithms to regulators for decades. And this poses a pretty big problem because if we don't have access to their data collection and how they use this data in their algorithms, we can't crack down on them. Many of the times, these algorithms are racist and ableist, and they have impacts down the line because of big tech's presence in our daily lives. They do things such as enforce discrimination in housing, employment, and even healthcare. The third problem is anti-competitive practices. A June 2020 report by the House Judiciary Committee tells us that big tech suffers from monopoly power and tons of anti-competitive practices. For example, Amazon has a practice of extorting data from third-party sellers, then using that same data for their own product launches to suppress those same sellers that use Amazon for their own income. Additionally, Facebook has so many acquisitions and collects so much data that the barrier to entering the market for social media is now almost impossible to reach. Tech companies are no longer the starling startups in Silicon Valley. They've become monsters in their own right, and it's time to cut it down. Here's how my legislation can solve the problem. The Resolve Clause simply says that we should look into implementing the EU's proposed Digital Service Act and Digital Markets Act, which can solve all of these problems. Time tells us on December 15th of 2020 that the Digital Services Act can combat the first 2 problems, secretive unethical algorithms and a lack of regulation of illegal content. Companies still aren't liable for illegal content that users post on their website, but they will be liable if they refuse to take it down. Additionally, companies need to disclose their basic algorithms, and the Digital Markets Act can help because it forces companies to not use their competitors' data to disadvantage them, enforces interoperability for consumers, and doesn't let them treat their own services more favorably than the other competitor. This puts competition back into the market, restoring democracy and innovation. No longer should the business interests of a few companies dictate our world and our future. It's time that we set our own terms and conditions and pass today's legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Rubas.
Hi, Representative. If you increase risk and decrease competitive advantage for big tech companies, that's probably going to make investors less likely to invest in them, right?
I would say that it makes investors more likely to invest in smaller startup companies, which actually have a chance when you pass today's legislation.
Okay, but in Silicon Valley, why are most startups created? Do they want to be companies on their own, or are they seeking to be bought out?
Usually they're seeking to be bought out, but in this case, when you pass this bill, it changes into just wanting to become companies on their own.
Okay, but if you decrease both the revenue for these big tech companies and also put barriers in place for them to buy out...
we're not going to decrease their revenue because we're just implementing restrictions.
Well, you decrease the amount of capital investment, right? So if you do both of those things, doesn't it make it harder for them to buy out small tech companies, meaning less of them will form in the first place?
Okay, if they're getting their revenue through unethical means, I don't think they deserve that revenue.
Is investment unethical means?
No, because, you're saying that if we restrict these companies enough so they're not unethical anymore, they're going to lose a lot of their revenue.
Senator Raffinengo.
Why do small startups allow themselves to be purchased by big giants?
Usually they don't really have another choice.
Of course, because they're usually going out of business or they're having business issues. Doesn't that mean that these companies provide a safety net for these small startups?
Honestly, I would argue that a lot of the times these startups are only on the verge of bankruptcy because these bigger companies are targeting them so much.
Why would a big company like Facebook target a very small startup in hopes of what? Is it because of their act of trying
A
to.
small startup is going to pose a competitive disadvantage to Facebook, so they want.
You're telling me that a $1 trillion company is scared of a maybe like small $1 million company? Is that what you're telling me?
They're scared. They want to take out the competitive threat before it even becomes a threat.
How does that happen? They don't even have the.
I mean, they've done this
financial.
time and time again.
These small startups don't have the financial, bravado to do something like this. They don't have the ability to do this. So how?
I mean, they've done it time and time again in the past.
How? Can you give me an instance?
Like Facebook, they've had so many acquisitions.
At the last, speakers and questioners can mute their mics. All those who wish to speak on the negation, please raise your placards. Senator Raffinengo.
I think the chair. For my judges and my competitors, that's Representative Raffinengo, Raffinengo. And if it helps the representatives in the room, Representative Raff works well too. I'll take no offense. I know it's a mouthful. Whenever you're ready. Is it okay for the PO if I time myself as well? Awesome. All right. If none of the judges are not ready, I can begin. Okay. Google can give you an answer to any question in the world in under a second. But it's going to take me 3 minutes to persuade this Congress in voting to fail today's legislation. Great thing that this Congress can't be taken by technology. First, let's understand why big tech is a big tech in the first place. It's because of a winner-take-all system, something this bill won't solve for. Representative Bai gives you this whole idea about this bill trying to destroy the antitrust measures, but doesn't explain why that currently is happening. That is because of a winner-take-all system currently. The tech world is a winner-take-all system, which means anyone who comes up on top will most likely be on top, snowballing with more and more money, ensuring themselves to have these top positions. But why does this happen? Let's take a company like Google, for example. According to a study conducted by Statistica on February 5th, 2020, Google is the most popular search engine with 90% of all searches going through Google. But why is this important? Well, it's because the winner-take-all system. According to Business Insider in March, once tech companies become the user fan favorite, the effectiveness and popularity start to snowball with more and more money and more users pouring into the program. This company then becomes stronger, effectively making competition against the company impossible. But why when we pass today's legislation, it won't do anything to the issue? Well, it's because every single tech company is trying to secure the winner. As an economics professor in UC Berkeley, Hale Valerian explains in the Financial Times in 2019, tech giants are nothing like the robber barons that monopolists see in the future. Rather, they are constantly subject to disruption while continue to innovate and bring cool new products, because if they don't, small startups will take their space. Look at MySpace, which was the largest and most dominant social media network 10 years ago, or Yahoo, which was the winner of the largest search engine, again, 10 years ago. It's because when these small startups become fan favorites, they take the winner take all. They become the monopoly. But what happens when we fail today's legislation? We see one major impact happening. We hurt small businesses. Represented by the affirmation's impacts of small businesses fall to the negation, because under the Digital Markets Act, it sets heavy antitrust measures in place that will break up any tech companies from parent companies if they become too big. And that's an issue, because small startups are bought out by these big tech companies as safety nets. Backed by the Harvard Business Review in 2018, they explain that large companies use parent companies' funds to buy technology from small startups or companies that are looking at option out because of financial reasons or personal reasons. These large companies provide this safety net for small companies and parties to strive as larger companies make a return on investment. But let's explain why The Economist sees this even further in January 2019, when they explain that small startups take large risks to make their businesses grow. These risks come with, inherent risk. And if they fail, these big startups these big companies can buy out these small startups. And that's important, because when we pass today's legislation, we're straight up hindering innovation, because these small startups will not look to innovate of the risk of falling to bankruptcy. Amazon might have Whole Foods, but this whole chamber needs to negate for the aforementioned reasons.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placard. Senator Anderson.
Hi, Senator. So why are these big companies usually reaching out to the smaller ones?
Of course, they're reaching out to them when they see that, they need a hand, when they're, need a safety net most of the time.
Need a hand. Are they realistically going to help them and try and help these companies gain more revenue?
Well, no, what they're doing is investing. They're buying out their company because they're going bankrupt, and then they take that technology and put it back into their system.
Yeah, buying other companies. So let's take like a certain example of big tech, Amazon. How have they treated smaller companies in the past? Have they tried helping them or investing in them?
Most of these cases like that the affirmation is going to bring up is like small startup businesses, not in
Not
the
startup
technology
businesses.
sector.
Amazon's been targeting several companies like
Yeah, but it isn't in
Diapers.com
the
or
tech
Barnes &
sector.
Noble.
They're not buying software companies. They're buying small, businesses like clothing businesses, and then
they're bullying businesses
Amazon
into lowering their prices.
That doesn't end with this legislation. This is about digital tech monopolization. That's from software and things like that. That's not going to change with like how Amazon does its terrible practice.
No, we're regulating how they're doing it. We're regulating how they're reaching out to third-party sellers and how they're going to end up treating those companies.
No, this is for the tech sector, not for the Amazon is buying out companies that are like in-person companies, not
buying out companies. They're
digital.
Senator Wilkes.
Thank you. What does this legislation do for data collection?
Of course, like this legislation is going to like put in the EU measures that allows data collection to be a little more see-through.
Right, and in those measures, that means that data collection, companies have to provide an easier method for companies or for consumers to get away from data collection. And if companies have to do that, don't you like increase power into consumers?
I would argue that's actually quite the opposite. The thing is that's going to hinder these. Why? Because these big companies are now giving away their algorithms that they've hindered, like actually produced for basically a decade. You're giving them out for free now, and then that in turn.
Wait, why do they have to give it out for free though? Because if they have an option to get away from data collection, they don't have to be under the death grip of big tech anymore, right?
Yeah, but of course they use data collection to sell products to people. That's how they make most of their revenue. They need data collection to make this money.
Okay, but people aren't confident with using platforms that take their data. If people aren't confident using a platform, why does innovation matter?
I would argue the opposite. I think for this legislative session, you use Google to pretty much research everything you needed, and they collected all your data. I don't see any problem with that.
There are 2 more questioning blocks as the first negation. Would anyone like to take it? Senator Bai.
No, with our 1 minute blocks, you only have 2 always. There's no 4 block things.
Say that again?
Since we have, with the 1 minute questioning, there's never 4 blocks. It's 2 blocks for everyone.
My bad.
If somebody wishes to extend, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, in that case, if we're doing 2 question blocks, we'll just end it there. As that was a speech in the negation, all affirmative speakers, please rise. Senator Wilkes.
Thank the chair. Representative Wilkes, that's spelled W-I-L-K-E-S. Speaking for the first time today. I'll just give you guys a second. Let me know if you're not ready. If I don't see anything, then I'll go ahead and begin. Okay. Looks like everybody's good. Go ahead and get started then. In 1963, we ratified the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty with the goal of protecting stability. But now, 60 years later, we stand on a similar throne, needing to shield Americans from the menace of big tech. Take that sentiment and pass. First, pass this legislation to stop the growing industry of illegal content. Representative Bai told you that illegal content exists in the status quo, but what does that actually look like? The Brookings Institute explains this in April of this year when they show that online platforms have very minimal incentive to take down things like child pornography, hate speech, misleading content, and even things like human trafficking services, because it can hinder the growth of the platform and requires more workers. Representative Bai, the reason illegal content isn't taken down isn't because companies aren't liable. It's because they literally save money to not take it down. But that changes under this legislation because of something explained by the Center for Strategic and International Studies in November 10th of this year, when they show that the Digital Markets and Service Acts force entities to crack down on illegal content if they don't want to face hefty fines or even have their conglomerate broken up as a last case scenario. That means companies are finally at our will. But why is that such a good thing? Not only do you stop illegal content from just floating around the web, but you restore public trust into companies. Pew Research finds in a survey from March of 2018 that 1.6 million Americans reported they stopped using social media and limited their internet use because of fears of the internet not being a safe place. The negation can advocate for innovation all they want, but that innovation means nothing if Americans are too scared to use platforms. The only 2 industries that call their customers users are drug traffickers and now big tech. But next, now that we understand what this legislation does for consumers, let's look at what this legislation does to business. Pass this legislation to have companies regulate themselves. In the status quo, if you want to use a service, you have to willingly give away your private information and consent to it being sold to whoever the corporation wishes. But The Economist explains in March of 2018 why data is so important, showing data collection makes up almost 60% of all corporation and entities' revenue. That means corporations will do whatever they need to keep collecting data, but that changes under this legislation because the text of the Digital Markets Act states that big tech corporations need to provide an easier method for consumers to get away from data collection. Representative Raffinengo, this legislation puts more power in the hands of consumers, solving for the concerns you talk about in your speech. But why is giving consumers the option important? First, it naturally gives consumers more privacy because they no longer live under the chokehold of big tech. But second, it increases competitiveness. The Carnegie Mellon report from 2017 states that consumers that detect suspicious practices from any business will move over to other vendors who have better, safer, and more transparent data collection practices. If companies don't meet that criteria, consumers won't use their service. Over the past decade, tech giants have been proliferating our markets. Shield Americans today, or we'll have to use a sword to slash down big tech tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Raffinengo, or Senator Gutierrez.
Hi, Senator. So you talk about like how big tech refuses to regulate their content, right?
Yeah, right now they do.
Right. So let's look at the status quo, like specifically child pornography. So Pornhub, for example, they face a lot of societal pressure, right?
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, like 2 weeks ago, they just took down all unverified videos after facing a lot of societal pressure. So don't big tech companies end up regulating themselves due to the societal pressure?
I mean, that's one out of a lot of instances. That's one side out of a lot of monopolized industries.
I mean, it's happened like consistently, time and time again, where societal pressure ends
Right,
up
but this
making
legislation
these big tech
ensures that
companies
it
cave.
happens. You're just hoping that society will pressure them to regulate themselves.
Exactly.
This
It's
legislation
shown to be more
forces
than
them.
enough into status quo. Why do we need to unnecessarily regulate?
I mean, they're still collecting data like at a large amount now in the status quo.
I mean, how would that
like
change?
It's still a problem now. You can't
Like we're still collecting data.
Because this legislation requires like to big companies to have a clear way for consumers to get out of data collection.
Why do we still need to unnecessarily regulate?
Senator Garigipati.
Hey, Senator. So let's talk about unregulated content. Do the companies that have unregulated content on their platforms make money from them?
Not necessarily, but it requires workers to like verify videos to take them down.
Wait. So like Pornhub doesn't make money from having child porn on their website. The reason they have that content is because the reason they have that content on their websites is because they make money from it. Next question: how specifically does the Digital Service Act prevent them from like what specific actions does it take to make sure this these like inappropriate things aren't on their sites?
Yeah, so I can read the text of the Digital Service Act basically. So it says that it forces entities to crack down on illegal content if they don't want to face hefty fines or even have their conglomerate.
Yeah, hefty. So are these fines going to be enough to replace the revenue that these companies made from these illegal services?
I mean, even if it isn't, it'll dissuade them in the first place. That's better than the status quo.
How? If they're going to be making more money in the status quo, then they will be losing from the fines. Isn't it just better for them?
Right, but that's not all instances. Even if there are some instances where companies make more money.
If the Digital Service Act only applies to big companies and big companies make lots of revenue from everything they have, then how is it only a minor case?
Has elapsed. Speakers and questioners may mute their mics. All those wishing to speak on the negation, please raise your placards. Senator Rubas.
I thank the chair. Hello, everyone. This is Representative Joey Rubas for my judges. That's spelled R-U-B-A-S. Speaking for the first time today. Can everyone hear me all right? Okay, wonderful. Are all just judges, give me like a thumbs up when you're ready, and then I'll get started. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Cool. I think that's everyone. Okay, cool. Stop me if you're not ready, and then we'll get started. Okay, cool. We'll get started then. On May 1st of this year, tech titan Elon Musk tweeted that Tesla stock was too high. And it seems like the markets agreed, because the next day, Tesla stock dropped 9%. It's clear that America's tech companies are unbelievably volatile, but I would hope that this Congress isn't too. For a strong and stable future, negate. Principally, failed this legislation because it would decrease tech investment, and that's because regulating big tech giants crashes investor confidence. Mr. Raffinengo and Bai already did a great job establishing that big tech is one of the biggest industries in this country. But the problem with this legislation is it risks shrinking that industry. That's because big tech is incredibly capital intensive. NPR explains on August 19th of 2020 that big tech companies in the top 20 of the SP 500 only got there because of volume investments. The industry is incredibly capital intensive and has low profit margins, meaning that investment is the only way for these companies to survive and grow. But when you pass this legislation, you decrease investors' incentives to invest. That's because investors like companies with large competitive advantages. The Wall Street Journal tells us on August 23rd of 2018 that investors buy into monopolies because they bring back the most money and are incredibly secure investments. But when you pass this legislation, as Mr. Bai already conceded to me in questioning, you massively increase companies' risk while also getting rid of the competitive advantages that keep these companies large. The impact of this is decreasing investment in two key ways. First of all, as Mr. Raffinengo already established, this decreases the viability of small tech startups because, as tech advisory firm Linklaw explains on August 7th of 2018, 53% of startups' intended exit strategy is acquisition. But with this legislation, you not only decrease the funds that big tech has to buy out these companies, but also put barriers directly in their place from buying out these startups. This means that startups are less incentivized to exist in the first place, and innovation plummets. But second, you also make sure that big tech companies have less capital to spend on innovation in the first place. Mr. Wilkes, in your speech, you said that big tech companies make 60% of their revenue from data collection. But that's exactly the problem, because when you regulate this industry, you end up taking away a ton of their revenue. Put this on top of the decrease in investment, and you'll find that investment in innovation tanks. Charles McLean from Tech Republic tells us in 2019 that big tech giants like Apple, Microsoft, and Google, along with others, already spend more than $5 billion a year on R&D and innovation. Pass this legislation, that's the money that goes away first. Mr. Bai, you champion how more competition leads to more innovation, but for those two reasons, that's simply untrue. And Mr. Wilkes, I completely agree that we need to be regulating these illegal activities, but in doing so, we don't have to also crush these companies' bottom lines in the first place. Elon Musk is known for his spontaneous decisions that crush his company's bottom lines, but I would hope our spontaneous decisions don't crush America.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Gogoi.
Thank you. Hey, so how are big tech companies expanding their capital and business right now?
A big part of it is through investment.
Right, and what practices are they doing right now to exclude competition?
I mean, the biggest thing is they buy out those competitors, but that's not necessarily
right.
a bad.
Well, on top of that, as Representative Bai told you, they're self-preferencing. They're exclusively using data and extorting data. They're literally excluding smaller businesses from their markets, such as in cases of Amazon. Are you just saying we should let those actions go unpunished just for the sake of increased investment?
Look, the thing is, if these companies lose money, the small companies that you're trying to help can't even exist in the first place because their end goal is being bought out.
Okay, but if they're gaining money through unethical methods that are excluding competition, should we be supporting that?
I would argue if getting rid of those unethical methods hurts the people you're trying to help with them, that doesn't make sense.
How is it hurting though? It's hurting smaller businesses already.
Because they can't be bought out.
Okay, so how is this legislation hindering the growth of small businesses or startups?
Because as I told you in my speech, 53% of startups are created entirely for the purpose of eventually getting bought out. That's how Silicon Valley functions.
Okay, so is this legislation directly stopping companies from buying other companies?
Yes, it does two things. First, it decreases investment, which is where a lot of that money comes from. But second, it puts a handful of direct barriers, including reporting, buying out these companies to federal officials in place, which makes it a lot harder for them to do that.
Okay, but how does it exactly decrease investment in that manner?
It decreases investment because you increase the risk within investing in one of these companies because they have more liability and less competitive advantages.
Okay, but if that competitive advantage is coming through anti-competitive practices, as Representative Gogoi already tells you, why should we be allowing these companies to have the competitive advantage in the first place?
Like I told you in my speech, a competitive advantage is like only bad if it's all like getting rid of it is also like helping that company. In this case, those companies want these big tech giants.
Please may mute their mics. All those wishing to speak on the affirmation, please raise their placards. Senator Anderson.
I think the chair, that's Senator Anderson speaking for the first time in today's legislative session. Just double checking you guys can hear me well, right? Oh, let me check it here. Is this good? All right, awesome. And yeah, I'm at the leisure of all this with me, so any indication when you all are ready, and I'll begin. And I'm just timing myself for PO's reference, just in case there's any tech stuff happening. All right, awesome. The harbor of economics houses a number of ships eager to set forth on a journey for commerce power, with their only impediment being the winds needed to carry their sails. But as the wave of the pandemic sent tsunamis of economic wrath among the smallest ships, it's only the biggest and most egocentric ones left to navigate the waters, affirm to finally bring our smallest companies back to shore, principally passed to help small businesses and startups by preventing internet monopolization by big tech companies. Senator Bai touched upon the idea of monopolization and data exploitation in companies such as Amazon and Facebook, but allow me to expand and show who this actually impacts. First, let's look to the primary problem that this debate has kind of pushed aside. Amazon, one of the 5 main big tech companies in the US, is on the verge of a commerce monopolization, which has pushed small businesses under the water and stripped their lungs of any viable market to breathe, especially throughout the pandemic. Forbes on July 23, 2020 found that at the start of the year, Amazon sported a valuation of around $920 billion. And after the stock bounced back from the coronavirus market sell-off in March and hit new record highs, the company was now worth $1.49 trillion, a staggering growth of $570 billion. This was primarily due to an increase in e-commerce at the beginning of COVID, as many people were hesitant to shop physically due to the severe health risks posed. Amazon proved a viable option for those millions of Americans, as their system is as easy as clicking a button to order almost anything you wanted, which began to yield a higher number of customers, pushing them closer to the possibility of a commerce monopoly. Amazon's increased revenue, however, was at the price of small businesses and startups. In a survey by the Institute of Local Self-Reliance in May 2018 of more than 850 small independent businesses conducted last fall, 90% of businesses reported that Amazon is having a negative impact on their revenue, and 28% described the degree of the negative impact as significant. And when you take into account the more than 10,000 small businesses that have been shut down as a result of the pandemic, the scope of Amazon's market influence is coming in higher waves day by day. With Amazon's immense amount of power, smaller companies are capsizing into the deep waters of our economic market. But here's how today's legislation can flip the status quo and bring them back to shore. The resolved clause stipulates that the United States takes the necessary steps to adopt the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act and work in conjunction with the EU to successfully implement these policies. And here's why those acts are so important. Thorsten Kaysberg from the London School of Economics and Political Science just 2 weeks ago found that the Digital Markets Act introduces a prohibition on abuse of dominance and clarifying prohibitions on monopoly leveraging, predatory pricing, denial of essential facilities, refusals to deal, tying, and anti-competitive self-preferencing and product design, meaning we finally regulate big tech and preventing them from bullying smaller companies into lowering their prices to ultimately decrease their revenue, as we've seen with such smaller companies such as Diapers.com or Barnes & Noble, as well as shut down earlier mentions of smaller businesses, stores, and companies, which have been exploited by these businesses. Now, Senator Rubas and Raffinengo argue for innovation, but the Center for Strategic and International Services in November 2020 found that the European Commission bases its views on the assumption that innovation will come only if new entrants and smaller companies are able to challenge larger online platforms. The acts ensure that these big tech companies are finally regulated.
As a last, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Rubas.
Hi, Representative. So, is the reason that Amazon is like killing these small businesses, is it a question of big company versus small company, or is it a question of online versus in person?
Well, it's also, honestly, as we've seen big company and small company, before the pandemic, a lot of people began shopping on Amazon because it was simply more convenient for them. You press a button and your product comes in a certain number of days. You don't have to go through the effort of going out and buying things.
Okay, but like all of like that's true of like any online sales thing. Like the thing is that's unique about Amazon is like in the pandemic it became like the really big one, right?
Yeah, it became the really big one because at some point, if people can like buy Prime or something, their products can come in 2 days. We're not giving the small businesses the revenue they need, and Amazon has bullied these smaller companies into not giving them that same amount of revenue.
Okay, but doesn't Amazon also support like a ton of small companies because it allows other people to sell through it in an online marketplace?
They have some third-party companies selling through, but they also have exploited a ton of small businesses and they've decreased their revenue drastically. They're not actually being benefited. It's only Amazon.
Senator Raffinengo.
I'm curious because the affirmation keeps bringing this up about the opt-out option of data collection. What would be the opt-out option for data collection?
I don't know. You can elaborate.
It would most likely fall on the constituents. So it'd be they would have to pay a monthly fee to use Google, for example, and not have their data collected. What would that look like for the lowest income constituency in the United States?
Well, it depends on some people. If they want their data collected, that's fine. I'm sure there's some people who
So does this bill literally make it so that the poor have to have their data collected, but everybody else can just opt out?
Not necessarily. Where says the fee that where does it say that you're going to have to pay a fee to opt out of your data collection?
But that's just how it works. They're making 400 million daily on data. They would, if they're losing that option, they would want to have some sort of way to pay to opt out of that data so that they can make that revenue. They're not just going to give that out for free.
Yeah, well, if people don't want their data, I'm certain some people might not really care about their data collection, and if not, that's a thing they'd set aside.
So doesn't this just hurt our low-income constituency?
It's not going to hurt our low-income constituents because, and in the end, when a lot of them might have smaller businesses or different things going on, they're not, also Amazon can get pretty.
It's unfair to our constituency. The low-income cannot afford to pay out, but everybody
not necessarily.
Speakers and questioners may mute their mics. All those wishing to speak on the negation, please raise your placards. Senator Gutierrez.
I thank the chair, for the judges and everyone else in the chamber. As for Representative Gutierrez, Gutierrez, speaking a bit earlier than I thought I would, but no, that's what it is. Let me know whenever y'all are ready. All right. All right. Mr. Parliamentarian and Mr. Presiding Officer, are you both ready? All right, awesome. All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Back in 2013, Edward Snowden released bombshell accusations against the US government and the NSA, exposing them for collecting phone metadata from users. What he fought for and sacrificed his liberty for was the liberty of everyone else, the right to privacy, but more importantly, the right to free speech. Don't let his work be in vain. Fail this legislation. So first, let's look at what's going on in the status quo. Senator Bai and Raffinengo already do a job of explaining how big tech is big and manipulative, but I beg to differ. Even though they could be doing better in the status quo, they still end up securing free speech because on the internet, you still see lots of different views and opinions end up being shared. But here's the thing. The resolve clause under this legislation says that the United States will take the necessary steps to adopt the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act. But not only that, consult with the EU on how to successfully implement these policies. Why is that a problem? The Digital Services Act has a specific clause regarding the transparency on regulation and censorship algorithms. So while this sounds good at first, let me explain why exactly this transparency is a bad idea. For Senator Wilkes, you claim that big companies refuse to take down illegal content because it's cheaper. Here's the thing, that's not necessarily true. They have a reputation on the line, so they end up self-regulating themselves instead. Let's look at the example of child pornography. In fact, as a Forbes report from December 14th of 2020 explains, Pornhub ended up taking down millions of unverified videos, including child pornography, after they faced massive societal pressure to do so under moral guidelines. That argument's not unique. It already happens in the status quo. Companies are able to self-regulate due to societal pressure. We'll be fine right now. So let me be clear. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to regulate illegal content. I'm just saying that we should not do it like this legislation does at the expense of the constituents. In the meantime, we'll be fine. But if we regulate their speech, they won't. Because instead, you'll end up hindering people's free speech because they feel censored. Representative Gogoi, you asked for an example of Senator Rubas in questioning where you're hurting constituents through this legislation. Here's exactly it. The Journalism and Mass Communication Quarterly Scientific Journal explains in February of 2015 that they studied the effects of subtle reminders of surveillance on its subjects. And in fact, when they were subtly reminded, the majority of participants reacted by suppressing opinions that they perceived to be in the minority. That's exactly what happens under today's legislation. You'll end up censoring minority speech instead because they're too afraid to speak out. Senator Bai, you claim to be an advocate of open algorithms, but these open algorithms cause people to self-censor instead. And Senator Wilkes, you claim that people don't use the internet because it's unsafe. But if big tech is taking steps towards a safer internet, under this legislation, you unnecessarily regulate and hurt our constituents instead. Edward Snowden fought for the right to free speech, knowing how important it was. I refuse to let it die. So should you. Negate.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Senator Gupta.
Representative, I'd like to talk about your point about self-regulation. If Amnesty International reports that 7 in 10 Americans want big tech to be regulated, then how come big tech still collects data on people?
I'm not saying that regulating big tech is a bad thing. I'm saying that when they expose their algorithms and make it open, people end up self-censoring themselves because they're constantly reminded about mass surveillance.
Representative, you're not answering my question. How come these companies don't self-censor? 7 out of 10 Americans want them to be regulated.
I mean, they do self-censor. I already explained to the status quo how Pornhub took down millions of child pornography videos because they were unverified after
societal pressure. That's not data collection, is it?
I mean, either way, like this data collection, if they're reminded of it, it ends up hurting them because they self-censor.
But people, companies for years have been selling the data that people say they don't want taken from them. So how come they still don't?
When people are reminded of that, that's when they end up self-censoring themselves.
Wait, but companies haven't done anything. So then how can we rely on their morality to do anything?
Right. No, they have done stuff in the status quo, but under today's legislation, you give them the opportunity to keep saying that they're going to self-censor.
Hi, Representative.
Hi, Senator.
So let's talk about this free speech point.
Sure.
So if companies are going to disclose their algorithms, which specifically say that you can't say hate speech or do things such as like child pornography, then why would regular people who hold minority views be threatened by this?
No, they're going to be a lot more restrictive because they want to stay on the safe side of the law. They're not willing to face those 5% and 10% tariffs that come from this controversial content. So we're going to regulate a lot more instead. And they're reminded of data collection too. So when people are reminded of that data collection, they end up censoring themselves because they're afraid that they're in the minority.
Okay, but like you agree with me that there's a big difference between like normal political discourse and like really extremist views such as hate speech, right?
Sure, but people still end up censoring themselves either way. Even if their views aren't necessarily extremist, they might be in the minority.
Okay, so what do we want, just like slight censorship, slight self-censorship, or do we want like, as of the status quo, 70% of internet users restricting their time on the internet because they're scared of like hate
I'm not saying regulation is a bad thing. What I'm saying, this legislation is the worst way to implement that regulation.
Questioning time has elapsed. Speakers and questioners may mute their mics.
I think the chair.
With that being said, all speakers who wish to speak on the affirmation, please raise their placard. Senator Gupta.
This is Senator Gupta speaking for the first time today, first time this session. With the leadership of the judges and the PO, if you could please give me a thumbs up when you're ready, that would be great. And just as a note to the PO, I'll be timing myself because I've had some issues with Zoom lag before. All right. Our greatest hope as congressional representatives is always to provide the necessary representation to those who need it the most. Notably, under today's piece of legislation, we'd be providing it to our constituents and small businesses, but it's the negation's advocacy that takes that representation away and gives it solely to large corporations that we have to affirm. Right now, understand that both Representatives Anderson and Bai tell us how small businesses are benefited through limiting predatory practices through the DMA. Let's see how the DSA helps through interoperability, which enables market competitiveness. Representative Bai, our sponsors, briefly mentions this, but let's look to the Center for Strategic Studies and Center for Strategic and International Studies on November 10th of 2020, when they say that this would allow users to choose between platforms more easily, enabling multi-homing and preventing users from being locked into one platform due to strong network effects and a lack of competition. The fears that Representative Raffinengo brings up in a speech about a winner-take-all situation doesn't happen because interoperability enables smaller companies to have browser services without the competitive disadvantage. Let's see why that happens. The same article also goes on to say, when a new company enters the market with a disruptive innovation, technology, or business model, that company threatens existing firms. However, the OECD explains that in the long term, disruptive innovation is beneficial, as less inefficient firms exist and are replaced by more efficient firms. With interoperability and data sharing, we actually remove the fears that Representative Rubas has of decreased investment. Because with more efficient services from smaller companies, we actually have an increase in investment, Representative. But then let's also understand that the entirety of the negation's advocacy remains contingent on the fact that people are comfortable with big tech taking people's data. Representative Rubas's entire speech was contingent on the fact that people are fine with data being taken away from them, and investment would go down if we regulate the data that's taken away from them. But let's look to Amnesty International once again on December 4th of 2019 that says 7 in 10 people want the government to regulate big tech over data concerns. Representatives on negation, I'd ask you, how come we haven't regulated, how come big tech hasn't regulated itself, Representative Gutierrez, if we haven't seen that these companies are already under pressure of people wanting them to be regulated, but they still don't do anything? The fact of the matter is that these companies prioritize money over people's data and concerns. Let me answer Representative Raffinengo's question. The reason we pass is that even if right now every constituent remains victim of data collection, but passing will enable, even if it enables one person to get rid of data collection, we absolutely have to pass. Because right now in the status quo, we see that every single constituent is victim of data collection. Passing is a way to free our constituents from data collection and allow those who don't have the necessary representation to finally be represented. Interoperability enables small businesses to have a strategic advantage, and we actually protect our people through the DSA, a firm.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. 3 minutes and 4 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Senator Ilacqua.
Awesome. So, like, do the DSA and like DMA protect against like citizen data collection?
Yeah, so essentially what the DMA does is that it has less predatory practices so that people don't get their data taken away from them. And the DSA enables small businesses to like have a competitive advantage because they have all the data that big companies have.
So the DMA actually is in place in order to dissolve it's essentially like antitrust law. It doesn't do anything to regulate like data collection. How do any of your impacts stand about like data collection in order to like?
If I'm not wrong, Representative Anderson has already told us that the DMA specifically decreases predatory practices.
How so?
It does so because it has specific laws that don't allow them to prioritize their own things, and also shows that they won't collect people's data. Otherwise they'll be fined severely.
Like at the end of the day, like big companies are still beneficial to small companies in order to like provide them with a platform to sell their goods. So why would we like
it allows them to have interoperability and have data big companies have to succeed even more.
Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you. Hi, Senator. So you say that people are uncomfortable with big tech storing their information in the status quo, right?
Yep.
Right. So why would they be more comfortable if they're constantly reminded that big tech is storing their data?
People already know that. Our constituents aren't stupid. They know that companies are taking their data and regulating that would help
Actually,
them.
You'd be surprised about the amount of people that don't know that. But if they're constantly being reminded about this open algorithm that states that their data is going to be stored, why wouldn't they self-censor themselves?
We literally regulate that data being taken away from them under today's legislation, so that wouldn't happen.
I mean, they're still being reminded about them storing data.
There's no
reminder to themselves.
It doesn't happen.
No, they're still reminded about that data, and even in the smallest part where they're reminded of that data, they start self-censoring themselves. Isn't that important too?
Representative, today's piece of legislation removes data collection from our constituents. They are not reminded of data collection that doesn't happen.
That's not necessarily true. You're not removing all data collection in this legislation. You're just stating what data is actually being collected instead.
Questioning time has elapsed. With that, all those who speak on the negation, please raise your placards. Senator Ilacqua.
Thank you. This is Representative Ilacqua, spelled I-L-A-C-Q-U-A for my judges. Speaking for the first time today. Also, I do apologize for possible extraneous noises outside. It does appear my neighbors are doing some landscaping in their yard. the leisure of all, any indication when you're ready for me to begin. Awesome. For the past 20 years, big tech has become the new buzzword, taking over American marketplaces, much similar to the coronavirus pandemic in 2020. However, when it comes to today's piece of legislation to help provide a vaccine to this ongoing pandemic, I have never been more proud to negate. Negate today to ensure that one problem that we have in the status quo does not become worse than it already is. Because first, I want to address the fact that today's piece of legislation opens the door to big tech liability, specifically meaning that our big tech firms could become liable for not taking down illegal posts on the internet or even allowing them to exist there in the first place. Representatives Bai, Wilkes, and Anderson all contend that illegal content is something that will be taken down by affirming today's piece of legislation. Let's understand how that could be potentially harmful in the future. According to Allen & Overy, a Dutch law firm, on the 16th of December 2020, under the Digital Services Act, companies are forced to expand settlement opportunities with customers, meaning that if illegal content exists on their websites and they don't take it down, or they take it down, they're forced to then consult with settlement opportunities with their consumers to ensure that they receive legal settlement. Why is that such a problem? According to the Disruptive Competition Project, on September 6th, 2019, opening up our big tech law firms to liability concerns could cost the United States almost $440 billion in GDP and almost 4.25 million jobs over the next decade. This is a high magnitude impact in today's round that should be valued above all else. This is because when we realize that at the end of the day, affirming today's piece of legislation simply leads us down to a slippery slope of expanding liability, legal liability to our big tech firms. That's something that we cannot support. Protect our American workers. Negate today's piece of legislation. But second, I want to address some of the biggest misconceptions in today's round. First off, with the fact that big companies are harmful to smaller businesses, which are contentions made by Representatives Anderson, Gupta, and Wilkes. According to USA Today on May 10th, 2019, small business owners such as Amazon allow large businesses such as Amazon allow small businesses to make upwards of $90,000 a year and provide funds to almost 1.9 billion small businesses. Representatives on the affirmation, without these large businesses, small businesses would not be able to survive because they provide a platform for customers to sell their goods. But second, Representative Gupta shows interoperability as a solution to this problem. We need to understand that the Domestic Markets Act only introduces ancillary interoperability, not competition. That is a problem. I stand on the negation. I want to protect our consumers. Negate.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 14 seconds. All those who wish to question, please raise your placards. Senator Anderson.
Hi, Senator. So how would you say Amazon generally treats its workers or small businesses?
So I'd say there may be some problems, but on the wall.
Yeah, there may be some problems. So if there's some problems, why am I going to further exacerbate them?
I mean, in this step, by affirming, we just create problems in America's job market. And
what do we create problems in? Isn't Amazon like
small businesses would be worse off if Amazon didn't exist because they would have.
Why would they be worse off? Amazon's taking away their revenue if more people are turning to Amazon.
Okay, but then again, if we affirm, there's no reason to believe that suddenly all of these monopolies are going to be destroyed.
They're not going to be destroyed, but we're going to be decreasing their power.
Antitrust laws in the status quo already are not maximum effective. They don't provide a large amount of effectiveness in combating.
Right, but do they provide some effectiveness? They don't provide a large amount of effectiveness, but do they provide some amount?
I mean, some amount.
Yeah, some amount. Isn't some amount better than none if we're going to be at least helping some of these businesses?
As Representative Rubas already told you, investment in large businesses would decrease, meaning that small businesses.
That's completely unrelated. We're not looking at that right now.
Creating problems.
Okay, so if you don't want companies to be liable, why don't they just take down illegal content?
So already, companies are taking down a multitude of illegal content. Facebook has removed almost 7 million posts about coronavirus misinformation since the start of the pandemic. Showing
Wait, so your impact's not, you just told me your impact's non-unique if they're doing it now, right?
Right, but they're going like affirming today's piece of legislation opens the door to liability, which ultimately prevents like a greater net harm because of the fact that like,
even at your highest ground, let's say that you like decrease GDP growth. Why is that more important than like data privacy of
so
like 1.6
right now we're in the middle of a pandemic, meaning that any hit to our GDP creates massive like cascading effects on our economy and our constituents. So without like an economy, our citizens are physically not able to sustain themselves.
Wait, but that GDP
like,
decrease just means big tech companies aren't making as much money. Why are big tech companies important to the like pandemic relief?
They're not
like questioning time has elapsed. Speakers and questioners may mute their mics. All those wishing to speak on the affirmation, please raise your placard. Senator Bendapudi.
Howdy, folks. This is Representative Bendapudi speaking for the first time in today's chamber. That's BENDAPUDI. Let me just get out my timer here. Cool, awesome. Okay, at the leisure of the judge and PL. Okay, cool. As the digital advantage draws nearer, the only advantage seems to be going to the elite. Passing this legislation does greater benefit than harm. I want to divide this entire debate into two main questions. How does passing affect growth and investment into big tech? And second, how does this also affect illegal content and hate content? So first, how does this legislation actually contend with economic growth and investment? Now, Representative Raffinengo starts at the first negation speech and contends that in the status quo, there's no use of anti-competitive practices. He is absolutely wrong. Look to the CNBC, which explains on December 15th of 2020 that the use of self-preferencing in their own apps and own utilities enables companies to have their own advantages when it comes to marketing and their own apps. This, as a result, directly harms other companies from growing. But furthermore, the article goes on to state that the use of data controls to block certain apps from being used or decrease the amount of bandwidth used for those apps also significantly discourages consumers from using those apps in the first place. But passing this legislation finally ensures that we fight these anti-competitive practices in the first place, Representative Raffinengo. But let's take him on the highest ground and assume that there aren't any anti-competitive practices that the big tech companies do in the status quo. Does that mean that we will see all companies just being broken up because of antitrust? Clearly not, because as the Center for Strategic International Studies show on November 10th of 2020, the only time this antitrust for big tech companies is implemented is when these companies decide to use antitrust law from the DMA in the first place. So, Representative Raffinengo, rest assured, when you pass this legislation, as long as these companies are following their competitive practices and not effectively trying to hinder businesses, they're completely okay. And Representative Rubas, when you pass this legislation, let's understand that you increase investor confidence. Because as the Market Watch explains on December 10th of 2020, that in the status quo, investor confidence has gone down significantly with the recent scandals simply because of a lack of regulation in terms of the ongoing, in terms of data protection and other anti-competitive practices. But second, how does this legislation affect hate speech and other issues such as illegal content? Representative Wilkes and Bai do a fantastic job enumerating how big the problem is in the status quo. But Representative Ilacqua and Gutierrez contend that there's going to be the issue of liability protection because companies are not going to be doing enough to stop hate content. Look to the European Commission, which explains on December 16th of 2020, companies are only fined as long as they don't in fact take a proper effort to actually counter illegal content. Representative Ilacqua, Representative Gutierrez, all they have to do is just show that effort that they're providing and the fruits of it in the first place. They don't have to take down everything. When we pass this legislation, we in fact ensure economic growth, economic investment, and ultimately ensuring the end of hate and illegal content. Affirm.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Again, that's 3 minutes and 11 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Garigipati.
Hey, Senator, so let's talk about investment in the status quo. If I'm an investor and I see a huge monopoly and I see like a new tech startup, which one am I going to invest in?
I mean, probably a monopoly, right?
Okay, so when the reason I'm investing in the monopoly is because it's not risky, right? It's going to make profit no matter what. Just because the monopoly is broken up doesn't mean that the small business is now a safe investment.
Okay, right. We're not. The only time these companies are going to be broken up in the first place is if they do implement anti-competitive practices. This legislation.
Okay, but if there's but
anti-competitive practices.
But your entire advocacy is based on the fact. Part of your advocacy is based on the fact that we're going to see increased investment into small businesses. Why is that going to happen if they're still extremely risky in comparison to large giants?
Okay, right. I never said that. My entire argument is that they're not going to like stop investment into big tech as long as they actually follow the good legislation that we provide by passing.
No, but you said that it incentivizes investment into small companies. I'm failing to understand why that happens at all.
It incentivizes investment into big tech simply because there's more of a reason to actually invest into something that has integrity.
Senator Ilacqua.
In the status quo, are there sizable penalties for like monopolies to exist?
I mean, sure, you can tell me.
I mean, so not really. Does the DMA provide like a sizable penalty to be able to?
Right. If you like implement anti-competitive practices, you're going to have an antitrust on your back.
Okay, so like if antitrust law isn't working now, what's going to make it work in the future?
Okay, so the reason why antitrust law is not working now is simply because there hasn't been anything that has been applied to big tech. Passing this legislation ensures that there's a way of like enforcement mechanism to force these companies out of
what enforcement mechanism do we have?
The company is going to literally be broken up. I don't see any bigger like
okay, so like if they're broken up, isn't that still like net bad for our small businesses? Like why would we affirm when it's like our small businesses no longer have a marketplace to like sell their
two things. This forces companies to in fact stop doing anti-competitive practices while also ensuring that increases investor confidence.
How can our large businesses afford to sustain small businesses if they can't sustain themselves?
Thank you, senators. Question time has elapsed. All those wishing to speak on the negation, please raise your placards. Senator Garigipati.
I thank the chair. Speaking for the first time this session, that's Senator Garigipati, spelled Garigipati. I'm at the leisure of all those above me, so can anyone give me a verbal indication if you're not ready? Okay, seeing none, I'll get my timer set up and I'll get started. I'm a strong believer in American exceptionalism. Regarding business, when we put our interests and intellect together, we can innovate like no other country can. The problem is that under the new climate in Silicon Valley, it's that innovation is now seen as an elitist activity. But it's because today's legislation makes innovation no one's activity. You're going to negate. Principally, fail today's legislation to protect innovation. The key assumption of the affirmative is that small businesses are helpless entities that are shivering in the fear from the crushing hands of large tech giants. But in the status quo, it's far more nuanced than that, because tech startups only survive with big tech's resources. Look to Amazon. USA Today in May of 2019 finds that small tech businesses focus almost all of their capital onto innovation for their products. It's why Forbes in 2015 explains that over 50% of internet solution innovations will originate from startups less than 3 years old. But USA Today continues that since these small businesses do not have the money to invest into distribution or selling channels because they spend all of it on innovation, a lot of them default to making a majority of the revenue off of marketplaces like Amazon. The platform fuels their growth. Senators Bhattad and Bendapudi, small businesses aren't thriving because of Amazon. They're not pushing them out. They just outcompete them. In order for this relationship to be tenable, Amazon has to make a profit. Senator Ilacqua already brought this up, but never told you what this legislation specifically does or what it's based in. Let's pick up where he dropped the ball and solidify the negation's advocacy. Because CNBC in February of 2019 writes that a large portion of Amazon's revenue comes from them bullying smaller companies by pushing them further down the Amazon search results and prioritizing their Amazon Basics brand products, just like Senator Anderson warned you about. But Ms. Anderson, passing this legislation and implementing the Digital Market Act doesn't just magically fix the problem. It puts heavy restrictions and fines on gatekeeping companies like Amazon. It makes it so they can't prefer their own products on their marketplace. But why is it such an issue? Because it means that Amazon's platform now becomes untenable. As Quartz in June of 2017 explains, Amazon basic products aren't inherently better or always cheaper than their competitors. It's just far more convenient for consumers because they're at the top of every Amazon search page. If they weren't sold on Amazon, they wouldn't have sales. Today's legislation makes it so that Amazon no longer can sell their Amazon basic products well, and it means their revenue decreases and they cannot maintain their platform. And these sales are vital for them to keep their marketplace alive. But more importantly, it means that small business, if the marketplace is gone, it means that small businesses can no longer afford to cheaply sell their products. So in order to make any money, they have to cut costs from other places. That comes from innovation. Senators Gupta, Bai, and Anderson, small businesses can't innovate if they no longer have the money to sell innovative products. Senator Gupta and Wilkes, data selling will continue whether or not you want it to. It is key to technologies with artificial intelligence, which is the future and the direction in which all tech companies are going. We don't need to legislate against innovation to try and circumvent the inevitable. Those who are wary about these products will take their own precautions. But let's do something that everyone else in this round seemingly forgot about. Why is innovation so important? A U.S. Chamber Foundation study in 2019 found that tech innovation is correlated to 52% of new job growth and 31% of all economic activity. It's for our economy that you have to negate. Don't let the affirmative talk you out of keeping our market exceptionalism. It's clear what choice you make when we come to previous question.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 14 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Senator Gogoi, or sorry, bye.
Hi, Senator. So it's already been established in this round that 90% of these startups that are competing with Amazon say that Amazon's practices actually hurt them. So why don't we pass this legislation so that Amazon stops these anti-competitive practices?
No, because they only hurt them insofar that Amazon prioritizes its own Amazon Basics brand. But just because you take away Amazon doesn't mean these small businesses do better, because they need Amazon to a certain extent.
We're not taking away Amazon. We're just forcing Amazon to stop their anti-competitive practices.
What I told you is that part of the Digital Services Act means that they cannot sell Amazon Basics products or prioritize them on Amazon. If they can't do that, they no longer have the money to maintain the platform. So in effect,
they can still sell their products.
Amazon.
They just can't shut out other products from other providers.
No, they can't prioritize their own. They prioritize Amazon Basics. That's the only way it makes revenue. So they can't.
But why is it good that they're using data collection from third-party sellers to suppress those same sellers?
It's not good. It's just that the affirmative world means no innovation. Right now, there's some innovation. I don't want all of it to go away.
Why is innovation going to disappear if we stop these anti-competitive
practices? Because small businesses no longer can afford to sell their products, so they don't innovate.
Why can't they afford to sell their products?
Because Amazon is gone.
Hi, Senator. So what's the European Commission's views on innovation? How does it believe it can actually start?
You can tell me.
So it actually believes that it's only going to start if these smaller or medium-sized businesses actually have some sort of leverage, or that they'll at least have some sort of power compared to Amazon or larger big tech companies.
Okay, so just because the European Union Commission believes that doesn't mean it's A, true, or B, will apply in America.
But we've seen the acts implemented there. Wouldn't that be the best representation?
Yeah, Europe doesn't have the same economy as us, and Amazon isn't as prevalent there. They have a lot of other things. Amazon is key to our economy, not theirs.
Amazon's key to our economy, but I'd say it's pretty popular there as well if I've experienced it myself.
Yeah, but if Amazon is gone here, it means no small business can
Amazon's not going to disappear. No, here's the thing. Amazon's not going to disappear.
Listen to my speech. Amazon cannot sell Amazon Basics, so they will not make enough money to maintain their platform. If that platform is gone, small businesses can't sell, so they can't.
No, they still sell other products. This act isn't completely getting rid of the products they sell on the site.
No, it means they can't prioritize their products. Their products only sell because they're prioritized.
They've been bullying these small businesses into selling their products on their site, and they're not making the revenue. Isn't that worse for them?
Questioning time has elapsed. All speakers and questioners may mute their mics. With that being said, all those who wish to speak on the affirmation, please raise your placard. Senator Gogoi.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Senator Gogoi for the first time today. Judges, I'm at your leisure whenever you're ready. You all good? All right, perfect.
Wait like 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
All right, no worries. Senator Gogoi.
All right, you're good.
All right, perfect. Aside from being a hotshot representative, one of the things I love to do in my free time is solve puzzles, because seeing all the pieces come together provides a satisfaction like no other. But if every single argument and impact in today's round was a puzzle piece, it seems that this Congress probably wouldn't be good at puzzle solving. But ultimately, it's because the affirmation's arguments and impacts outweigh the negation. The affirmation solves this puzzle of big tech. Stand with me and pass. Now, clearly, The biggest puzzle in today's round has been this idea of investment in small businesses and innovation. Representative Raffinengo says that today that big businesses can act as a social safety net for small businesses if they go bankrupt, and Representative Rubas, Gutierrez, Ilacqua, and Garigipati say that big companies can invest in newer small businesses because they have a lot of money to invest in research and development, and that improves innovation. Two responses to this. First, Representative Bai, Wilkes, Anderson, and Bendapudi already tell you that, that these big tech companies are implementing monopolistic practices such as self-preferencing, exclusive use of data, predatory pricing, and market exclusivity. I'd argue that if these monopolistic businesses are using predatory practices to earn money, that's money they shouldn't even be using to acquire small businesses in the first place. But let's just assume a perfect world real quick. Either way, you still pass today's legislation because it increases innovation in the long term. Now, I'll actually concede with the negation real quick that yes, when you pass today's legislation, you're going to see decreased innovation in the short term because now big tech companies aren't going to have as much money to acquire small businesses. But at the same time, you stop monopolistic practices. That increases innovation in the long term. That's because, as the Associated Press explains in September 2019, monopolistic practices from these big tech companies discourage aspiring entrepreneurs from entering the market. That's also why, from 2007 to 2019, the amount of tech startups as a whole decreased by 15%, which makes sense when your competition is big companies like Amazon, Apple, and Google, who are using monopolistic practices. Obviously, you don't want to enter the market, even if you are going to bring in new innovation and new technology. Today's legislation changes the narrative because by eliminating these monopolistic practices, no longer do aspiring entrepreneurs feel discouraged from entering the market. That increases innovation in the long term. So on this question of short-term and long-term, the affirmation's impact of innovation outweighs. But why is this so important? As Columbia University explains in February 2018, that eliminating monopolistic practices could increase employment by 18% and increase wages by 13%, because now there's more competition, brewing more jobs and more wage competition. That's going to be the biggest impact in today's round because of the coronavirus pandemic. Bloomberg explains in May 2020 that already 32 million Americans have filed for unemployment since the beginning of 2020. 42% of layoffs are expected to be permanent. But now, when you encourage competition and job growth, you finally stabilize the market and increase job creation for all those Americans who are searching for jobs and unemployed. Think about them. For those people who are looking for jobs and can't afford food on the table, increase innovation and tech startups and job creation for them. At the end of the day, the affirmation wins this puzzle.
Thank you, Senator.
Legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 16 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Rubas.
Hi, Representative. So, if investment and startups and digital marketplaces all go down under this legislation, what is the link to increased innovation?
So I said in the short term, yes, you're right. There's going to be decreased investment and decreased acquisition. But as I mentioned, in my long-term impact, decreased monopolistic practices increase the amount of entrepreneurs that want to enter the market, right?
Okay, but 53% of startups enter the market for the end goal of acquisition.
Right. And startups as a whole
is a possibility.
Right. And startups as a whole have decreased by 15%. So that's
okay, but
decreased innovation.
The startups that are still around are aiming to go towards acquisition, right?
And I'm saying,
why are they?
Because you're encouraging more startups to enter the market in the first place. More companies that are starting up, more small businesses equals more innovation. That's just common sense.
Okay, I'm just failing to understand how you're going to compensate for all of the loss in acquisition, which is like the vast majority.
Senator
Great. So you say that 32 million jobs were lost because of COVID. Were those low-skilled labor jobs?
Yeah, like essential workers.
And as being an employee of a large tech company, like a software engineer, something that a low-skilled laborer can quickly pick up.
Okay, so I actually have a statistic, but it's just general common sense that newer companies usually provide jobs to low-income people, right? That's where startups usually
Can they even take these jobs if they don't even have the skills to take these jobs? On face value, yes, more jobs are going to be created, but can they even take these jobs that are missing?
Sure, why not? And even, let's say it's a different sector, right? There's still many jobs lost in the tech sector. At least you were covering one industry.
Since we can't really prove it either way, let me just explain. Let me give you another question. Okay. You've talked about the increase in competition bringing an 18% increase in jobs. What about the 45 million jobs lost to liability as Representative
Okay, so yes, acquisition will decrease, but more startups will be entering the market. That's the next.
Thank you, senators. Question time has elapsed.
Thank you, Chair.
Seeing that all competitors have spoken, the chair will now unilaterally move to previous question and will now vote on today's piece of legislation. All those wishing to affirm, please raise your placards. That's Bai, Gogoi, Bendapudi, Wilkes, Anderson, and Gupta. I count 6. All those wishing to negate, please raise your placards. It's Garigipati, Gutierrez, Rubas, Raffinengo, Ilacqua. That's 5. There should be no abstentions. On a vote of 6 to 5 to 0, this legislation does pass. Congratulations to the author. Are there any motions? Senator Raffinengo.
Seeing a natural break in debate, move to a 5-minute recess.
Are there any seconds? All in favor? Assuming unanimous consent, the chair now does move to a 5-minute recess. It's 2:22 Central Time. Please be back by 2:27 p.m. Central Time.
Can we quickly take a split?
Yeah, we got to do splits.
Oh wait, guys, quick thing. I'm flip. I can flip to ice and egg if that's good for everyone.
Okay, wonderful. So all those who wish to speak on
wait, Emma, if you flip, who's our sponsor then?
Because Ethan wanted to sponsor anyways.
Yeah, Ethan. Okay.
Cool.
So, and
Representative Raffinengo, Raffinengo. If the judges are ready and my PO is ready, I'll begin. Oh, I think I got a thumbs up from everybody.
Oh, real quick, I'm sorry, before you start, can somebody, one of the directors, send me the live stream link, please?
Yeah, I'll text in chat.
Thank you.
Judge Quest, are you good? Cool. Alrighty. My family, during the 1980s, fled a war-stricken Peru in search for a future that encapsulated a dream of security and stability. A dream that was uniquely the American dream. But in 2020, that dream has become a nightmare as more and more immigrants are denied the right to counsel, with many of them being sent back to the countries of which they fled. A death sentence for fleeing immigrants. For immigrants who have raised me, and for immigrants who look to the U.S. as a blanket of freedom, let's let them sleep easy and pass my legislation. First, let's understand the problem in the status quo, and that is a lack of court hearings and counsel for immigrants. The American Immigrant Lawyers Association in 2017 explains that many immigrants are detained for hours by U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers at airports around the country and denied access to counsel. Even worse, they get asked complicated questions about their immigration status to try to get them so that they cannot get a court hearing. That is terrible, especially that most immigrants won't obviously understand complex immigration law, denying them access to the ability to seek freedom. And according to another UCLA study in 2016, only 37% of all immigrants, or 14% of detained immigrants, are represented in the court of law, with having less adequate court hearings. And children even go underrepresented in the immigration courts. And when immigrants and children of immigrants are not being represented in the status quo, this leads to two major impacts. One, unjust deportation. The National Immigration Forum, January 10, 2019, tells us that 90% of applicants without an attorney present get denied, with almost half of those without any representation having success in receiving asylum. But even worse, second, family separation. As the ACLU tells us on October 25th, 2019, 5,500 migrant children have been separated by their parents by the Trump administration, and 1,000 more have been declared just this year. My bill puts an end to this under Section 1A. And this comes to the solution. A guarantee to a fair and equal trial. Under Section 1C, subparagraph A, my legislation will ensure that immigrants will have counsel as well as having an adequate court hearing. Not only that, but it's also going to be done as quickly as possible. What does my legislation look for those who are seeking asylum? Well, for Harvard Law School, 2015 explains, legal representation and adequate court hearings raise the likelihood of getting asylum by 43%, ensuring all those who are fleeing danger are able to rest easy. What does my legislation look like in the judicial system? Well, as NPR tells us June 30th, 2019, immigration lawyers interview families and children to prevent separation, achieve reunification, and take necessary legal precautions to prevent abuse. Let's continue to strengthen the fabrics that make up the blanket of freedom and pass my legislation so that children of immigrants can be the next to rest in this legislation and this congressional office.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Senator Gogoi.
Thank you. Yeah, so why are immigrants denied legal counsel in immigration courts?
Basically, what happens is there's not enough immigration lawyers as they're currently in the status quo.
No, it's because immigration courts are civil courts, and civil courts do not guarantee access to lawyers, right?
Of course, but in the status quo, there isn't enough lawyers. This legislation provides for that inadequacy.
Wait, where do we provide lawyers in today's legislation?
Under subsection 3 or 2A, I think it believes this. Yeah.
Okay, it does.
We'll have the necessary supporting staff. As the author, I would say that is lawyers.
Okay, fine. So let's just assume that's lawyers. Either way, what do you need to get a lawyer?
I mean, I would say financial. So you'd have to have
you need money, right? Does today's legislation provide money to immigrants who can't afford it?
Of course it doesn't, but there's also civil servants who represent for free. I would argue that I would argue that if they had to pay a little bit of money to get this representation, it's better than getting sent to their home country if they're fleeing for asylum.
Right, and I agree with you, but like today's legislation doesn't increase lawyers.
Okay, then I was going to propose an amendment, but this chamber.
Okay, but there's no amendment.
Senator Garigipati.
Hey, Senator. So one of the biggest problems in immigration courts is that without lawyers, the undocumented immigrants are treated unfairly and then deported, right?
Yes.
How does that specifically change when there's a lawyer present? Like, can a lawyer prove that they what specific actions can a lawyer take to make sure that they don't get deported?
As I explained, basically they have like the ability to have any sort of somebody present that understands immigration law. Not only that, but they're not representing themselves against like actual trained lawyers in immigration court. It's just
but is there any immigration law that then says that they came, like the reason they're being deported is because it's under the assumption that they came in undocumented, right? Does any of this like immigration law prove that they're not undocumented?
Of course, it really doesn't. But the thing is that if they have no immigration,
they're still going to get deported, right? So whether or not there's a lawyer present,
no, they're not, because they can seek for asylum. They might be able to come here illegally and then seek for asylum. That's what's going on in the vast majority of immigration cases.
Wait, so you're telling me that when there's a lawyer present, the lawyer will make them seek for asylum. How many times does that happen when there are lawyers present?
Thank you, Senators. Question time has elapsed. All those wishing to speak on the negation, please raise your placards. Going again. All those, Senator Gupta, you have the floor.
This is Representative Gupta speaking for the second time today and most likely the final time. As usual, if the judges and PO could please give me a thumbs up when they're ready, and I'll get started. All right. Time and time again, the United States has been the gold standard for justice. But it's because today's piece of legislation doesn't uphold that standard and tips the delicate balance of that standard towards injustice that we have to negate. Today's piece of legislation, while it comes with good intentions, doesn't realize all the things that go wrong. First of all, look to Section 1C, subsection A, when it says that migrant towns or local governments have the authority to implement these sanctuary policies. Let's see what's so fundamentally wrong with that, because Border Report will be the first one to show you on September 9th of 2020 that the fast-track expulsions have increased almost exponentially, going from 7,079 in March to 42,071 in August alone. Migrant advocates have raised red flags, saying the measure deprives deportees of due process and sends international citizens to dangerous Mexican border towns, even if they're not from Mexico. What's so fundamentally problematic about this? The issue is that border towns have already set a precedent of anti-migrant sentiment. And when we entask them in today's piece of legislation to implement sanctuary policies, we actually don't get anything done because these towns don't even implement those sanctuary policies, but continue the precedent that's been set of fast deportations. But let's also understand something else that's extremely problematic in today's piece of legislation. The fact that judges are currently extremely untrained. Section 2 of today's piece of legislation fundamentally doesn't work. Representative Raffinengo, I wholeheartedly agree that we need to send legal aid to the border. But when undertrained judges are hired, we don't secure the American dream, but worsen the American nightmare. The Brookings Institution reports in January of 2020 that the amount of courts isn't the issue, but instead the DOJ is failing to find qualified judges. As Reuters reports in May of this year, the DOJ has not been able to find qualified judges recently and instead has started to hire judges that often reject applications far quicker. What's so problematic about that? Because every single affirmative impact in today's debate will be about helping secure the American dream, helping give a better life to migrants, but that simply doesn't happen. Because when the DOJ hires judges that simply aren't qualified enough and start deporting migrants far quicker, we don't secure that American dream, but worsen the American nightmare. Also understand that when Representative Gogoi asked Representative Raffinengo in questioning about how legal counsel will be provided under today's legislation, we have to fundamentally understand that when these migrants are fleeing persecution and poverty, they don't have enough funds to secure a legal counsel in the United States. Section 2A fundamentally fails under today's piece of legislation because of the technical issues with it. First of all, judges aren't even qualified enough in the status quo, and without qualified judges, we create a deportation machine at the southern border. And the second fact being that these migrants simply can't even afford legal counsel. Today's piece of legislation is a part in destroying the delicate balance of American justice. Negate today's piece of legislation because you don't want the precedent in border towns of anti-migrant sentiment to hamper Section 1, subsection ACA. Negate.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Again, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. All questioners, please rise. Senator Gogoi.
Yeah, thank you. So what does it say in section 1 1C of today's legislation?
I'm sure you can tell me.
Yeah, so it diverts funding from like taking away the CBP to like the immigration courts, right? What would that funding
then
be used
in
for?
subsection 8 also says that this funding shall be reallocated to,
All right,
to
so
the
yeah.
immigration court
Oh, okay.
modernization policies and to local governments to enforce sanctuary policies. That's
Okay,
from
okay. Yeah, so like maybe like with the local governments, it may not work. But for the modernization policies, one of those is literally judge training for immigration courts. If we're going to be making judges more qualified, how can you say that like today's legislation is going to be a deportation?
Even on the highest grounds of the affirmative, that doesn't happen because we don't have these sanctuary policies in place, so they still keep on getting deported.
Wait, but if judges are now going to be qualified, isn't that going to mean they're going to be given fair trials?
Sanctuary policies aren't even put in place because of the
Sanctuary, wait. Sanctuary policies and immigration trials are a lot different. If we're making immigration trials a lot fairer with more qualified judges, how are we going to?
People have to physically be in the courts, and if they're deported, they can't be in the courts.
Senator Ilacqua.
Why is the Department of Justice having such a problem hiring judges in the status quo?
Well, not enough people want to be immigration judges.
Right, but why is that?
Well, I'm sure you can tell me.
It's because of the fact that we have immense court backlog. Once we start hiring judges and getting rid of backlog, don't we inherently make more judges available for us to hire?
Right, but we don't eliminate backlog instantly. We have to first get judges, and with the lack of judges, we don't even solve that. So it's kind of paradoxical in that sense.
At the end of the day, like we're still going to be, there's not like nobody in the United States who's not willing to be an immigration judge.
Okay, and that's why and that's why the DOJ has hired judges that are like quicker to deport people so that they clear backlog.
Okay, so in the future, wouldn't the Biden administration help like cut down on rampant deportations like from an unbiased fashion?
Okay, they might do that, but when you have like a severe lack of judges, they only hire the judges who are quicker to deport people.
Why would we hire judges that are quicker to deport people when Representative Gogoi already explained to you that all judges are being subjected to judge training?
Okay, but they're not doing that right now.
Question time has elapsed. Questioners and speakers may take their seats. Seeing that was a speech on the negation, all affirmative speakers, please rise. Senator Gutierrez, you have the floor.
I thank the chair. For the second time today, to the judges and everyone else in the chamber, Representative Gutierrez, Senator Gutierrez, G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z. As always, I'll just give you a bit and then just let anyone let me know if you're not ready. All right, is everyone good? All right, P.O., you ready? All right, awesome, thank you. In The Rise of Skywalker, Kylo Ren is originally portrayed as a despicable character on the dark side, constantly being a thorn in the Jedi's plans. But throughout the movie, Kylo Ren evolves, joining the good side and saving Rey's life. It seems like Kylo Ren was just a little misunderstood. But today, Homeland Security investigations seems to be just like Kylo Ren, a little misunderstood. But it's ultimately that today's legislation returns them to the light side where they belong that I ask you to affirm. Principally, you passed this legislation because you protect Homeland Security investigations by reducing their negative stigma. Let's look at the problem in the status quo, that currently Homeland Security investigations have a hard time doing their job because states and local municipalities refuse to work with them. On top of that, partners like police forces end up pulling out from investigations at the last minute, leaving the HSI to work alone. But why? Alexia Fernandez-Campbell explains for Vox on June 29th of 2018 that it's because of the negative association that the HSI has with ICE, because these municipalities assume that the HSI is involved with deportations along with other human rights violations, so they play it safe, even if that couldn't be further from the truth. You need the power of the force to stop that, but this legislation is that force. First, there's Section 1B, which states that ICE's responsibilities in immigration, investigation, and counterterrorism shall all be allocated to the DHS and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And more importantly, there's Section 1A, which flat out states that ICE will be abolished. So why is that exactly so important? It's because Homeland Security investigations are critical for the Department of Homeland Security and for America's security in general. As the Department of Homeland Security themselves explains on August 20th of 2018, the HSI is the largest investigative arm of the DHS and is extensively vital to combating exploitative criminal organizations and terrorism. So let's specifically look at sex trafficking. The Immigration and Customs Enforcement reported in 2019 that the HSI helps in sex trafficking in two main ways. First, by initiating investigations, and second, by helping victims. In fact, they arrested 2,197 people on sex trafficking charges during 2019 and helped 428 victims. And that was even with the problems that they currently face. By passing this legislation and getting rid of that negative stigma, imagine what they could actually do at full strength. Finally, let's address some of the negative affirmation's biggest arguments. Senator Gupta says that judges are currently undertrained, but Senator Gogoi refused this by claiming that Section 2A calls for court modernization. That court modernization includes the judge training that they currently need. I agree, judges might be currently undertrained in the status quo, but under this legislation, that'll no longer be a problem. Then Senator Gupta claims that the judge backlog brought up by Senator Ilacqua won't even matter if the judges are biased. Here's the thing, once again, if they're getting judge training, that's no longer a problem. Let's give the HSI a new hope. Pass this legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Again, that's 3 minutes and 4 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Bendapudi.
Okay, so what does Section 1B of this legislation do?
I'm not sure, but you could tell me.
Like you said, it reallocates literally the entire ICE's responsibilities down to the DHS. How is it changing anything when we
Not all of ICE's responsibilities. It allocates counterterrorism and other types of investigative duties, not deportation.
Deportation still continue because it's under the broad umbrella term of immigration.
No.
Why not?
No, because they're no longer under a group that the HSI is under, meaning that the HSI is finally able to do their job.
Wait, what do you mean by HSI is no longer under? What do you mean by that?
The group that the HSI is under is now the FBI and other organizations, not ICE. So they no longer have the negative stigma that comes with ICE, meaning that they finally get the information to do their jobs.
Affirmative already proves to you, the negation already proves to you that this increases the amount of deportations. Doesn't that already mean that the stigma will just continue to persist?
No, it doesn't increase the amount of deportations. You're helping judge training, which would help reduce the amount of unfair deportation.
Senator Anderson.
Senator, so isn't it better to just reform ICE and the responsibilities of the HSI rather than abolishing that infrastructure it already had?
No, I would argue that the deportation mechanisms of ICE are long past return for reform.
Yeah, exactly. So how is passing those responsibilities onto the DHS or organizations that haven't already had that previous infrastructure going to be beneficial for those entering our country?
You're allocating investigation and counterterrorism to the DHS and the Federal Bureau of
Exactly.
Investigation.
So why can't we
That's
just
going to help
reform?
them out
Why
because-
can't we just reform ICE? Why would we pass these responsibilities on and take that risk?
No, you're passing on investigation and counterterrorism away from ICE. That helps them out because they no longer have the negative stigma associated with ICE.
Is negative stigma going to change anything? What if the DHS picks up that negative stigma from that?
Yes, because it is status quo. They can't do their job because of that negative stigma. Under today's legislation, you take it away.
So you're just saying that they're just suddenly going to be able to do their jobs? How does that work?
I'm saying in the long term, yes, we're going to
So
be able to do their jobs
stigma's
better than they
100%
do
stopping
right
them from
now.
doing their jobs or helping out the
Because
HSI.
local municipalities refuse to work with them. That changes under this legislation.
Are they going to work with the DHS?
Questioning time has elapsed. All negation speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Anderson, you have the floor.
I thank the chair. That's Senator Anderson speaking for the second and final time in today's legislative session. Of course, I'm at the leisure of all those above me, so any indication when you are ready, and I will begin. And just to double check, you guys can hear me fine. It's all good? Awesome. Let me just pin the PO really quick. So in case any timing stuff comes up. All right. All good? Often, the biggest of decisions are determined by dollars and cents. However, in this case, the affirmation on the surface preaches a rich tale of ICE's failures. But underneath their arguments, their talk is cheap. Recognize that we don't just pay the price of losing security if we pass, but the hidden fees that the affirmation didn't tell you about are far too costly. Now, first, you negate today because you jeopardize the integrity of investigations from ICE and thus better results. While eliminating the scope and power of the branch of ICE that hurts investigations, you also eliminate the more important and impactful branch of ICE that deals with critical criminal investigations that Senator Raffinengo and Gutierrez have continuously ignored. The two most important branches of ICE are the Enforcement and Removal Operations Branch, which is the ERO, which handles the immigration raids and detainment. Then there's the Homeland Security Investigations, or the HSI, the Transnational Investigative Branch, with a broad focus on counterterrorism, narcotics enforcement, human trafficking, and other offenses. The problem lies when the ERO negatively impacts HSI's good work because no one wants to help the HSI because they are attached to the ERO. That's why the HSI wants to separate from ICE altogether. The Washington Post of June of 2018 stipulates that the ICE agents that want to split the two agencies are describing how the ERO impacts HSI investigations by stating that the perception of the HSI's investigative independence is unnecessarily impacted by the political nature of the ERO's immigration enforcement. Senator Gutierrez, you argue for how good the HSI is, but simply abolishing ICE isn't going to solve that problem. The system needs reform before it can simply pass it on to other organizations. When you affirm, you lose the HSI's infrastructure and therefore weaken their responsibilities, invalidating all of your arguments that you claim could come into fruition. However, if you pass this legislation and abolish ICE altogether instead of simply reforming ICE and its branches within the organization, gone is all the work of the HSI branch of ICE, which current and necessary work that they must do to keep our country safe. Senator Raffinengo, you claim abolishing ICE will automatically improve our immigration systems and help our people, but you simply claim that they can just claim asylum. You don't seem to understand how that process is a lengthy one, and with even more immigration judges, these individuals still don't possess the financial resources for lawyers or thoroughly understand the process, meaning that they're not necessarily going to get that better life that they fought for. Now, second, you negate today because there are two critical harms that come from abolishing ICE, which abolishes the HSI and all of its hard work, because it significantly hinders investigations into transnational crime, which the HSI is successful at. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security new release on December of 2012 announced that the HSBC Bank have agreed to forfeit $1.26 billion and enter into a deferred prosecution agreement with the Justice Department for HSBC's violation of the Bank Secrecy Act, or the BSA, the International Emergency Economics Powers Act, and the Trading with the Enemy Act. An investigation by the Homeland Security Investigations revealed that HSBC Bank USA violated the BSA by failing to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program and to conduct appropriate due diligence on its foreign correspondent account holders. Without the HSI, the banks around the world we trust would have kept these dark programs hidden, but with the HSI, we bring them to light. However, even more critical than that, the second harm comes is when you stop critical investigations in human trafficking and sexual predators, which Senator Gutierrez mentioned, but however, it's better if we keep it under the infrastructure of ICE and rather reform. Anyone can buy an argument if it makes sense, but the negation wins since the actions that ICE produce for the good are simply priceless.
Thank you, Senator Anderson, for that speech of 3 minutes and 14 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Gutierrez.
Hi, Senator. So in the status quo, we both agree that ICE is hindering the HSI's ability to conduct investigations, right?
Yes, obviously that's the truth. That can happen, but when we get rid of that infrastructure that we had from ICE, why are we just going to pass it on to another organization when we can reform?
Right. So under this legislation, who does those investigation and counterterrorism impacts go to?
Well, those can go to the DHS, but why don't we just keep it under ICE and we can have that reform?
They go to the FBI. So isn't that better than ICE and the status quo because they have less of a negative stigma and local municipalities will cooperate with them instead?
Well, yes, there can be a negative stigma, but if we reform and we bring attention to that reform, we can still get those local organizations to work with them.
Isn't it a lot easier to just move it over to
How is it a lot easier? What are the risks associated with that? What if they develop that negative stigma that you argue against?
I mean, they don't have a negative stigma currently. That's the entire point.
What if they develop one? Your whole thing is based upon that, but if they are doing these practices, then won't that just perpetuate it?
No, Senator, the point is to move them so they don't have a negative.
Representative, you said in your first contention that the HSI is like hurt by the fact that it's associated and like organizationally inside of ICE, right?
Yeah.
So what does Section 1B do?
If we abolish ICE, though, then why are we going to just pass all those responsibilities onto the DHS?
HSI and moved it outside of ICE. Isn't that solving the exact problem you're talking about?
Are they taking just HSI or are they taking the whole organization?
They're getting rid of ICE and then taking the investigative things that you talk about and giving them to the DHS and FBI.
Why don't we just focus on ICE reform rather than taking that risk and passing it on to other organizations that haven't had experiences with this?
Isn't this ICE reform? I mean, ICE is currently
It's ICE reform, but we're abolishing ICE.
Okay, but ICE is housed under the DHS. That infrastructure exists within the DHS. If we're just giving the HSI to the DHS, we're reforming ICE by just moving the HSI out of it.
Can't we just keep it within it? That's literally what I was talking about.
No, because of all of the other problems the AF talked about.
Why would we want to get rid of that
Question
infrastructure?
time has elapsed. Speakers may mute their mics. All
Point of order.
Yeah, state that.
At least according to your PO sheet, I believe I have questioning precedence over Representative Rubas. Is there a mistake?
You are under Rubas. No, so I updated it. So Rubas now has worse precedence over you.
Okay. It says, or maybe my screen sharing, but it says I have 2 and he has 3. But it's okay.
It's a follow Google sheet. Just try reloading.
Updated it just now, so now you have better precedence. Yeah.
This was a problem like other tournaments. Just reload the Google sheet because like it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that may be the issue.
Yeah, I checked before the block and we both had 3.
All right. Okay. My apologies.
Yeah. No worries.
Guys, can I just want to say, can I just take a quick bathroom break?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Motion.
State that.
A motion for an indefinite recess until the judge comes back.
Seconds. All in favor? And okay, assuming unanimous.
Appreciate it. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, while we're in this mini recess, can we just get an idea of what our neg remaining look like? Raise your flag if your next speaker hasn't spoken yet.
I can give the next neg.
All affirmation speakers, please rise. Senator Bai, you have the floor.
I thank the chair. My name is Senator Bai, again spelled B-A-I. I'm always at the leisure of all those above me, so just give me an indication when you're ready and I'll begin. Okay, I'll just give a few more seconds. It's time to achieve what Americans overwhelmingly want, to abolish the cruel, dysfunctional immigration system that we've put in place. This means striking down ICE. First, pass this bill because ICE is fundamentally flawed. Representative Anderson says that this bill is unnecessary because instead of abolishing ICE, we should just rather reform it. But I would argue this is going in the wrong direction. A January 12, 2018 ACLU article tells us that ICE was created as a means of immigration reform, and they point out one specific example to exemplify. On June 5th of 2018, one of the most shocking ICE raids took place. 100 agents trapped 114 people in a factory with canine units and assault rifles. The brutality of this raid shocked even the most seasoned immigration activists. But this is more representative of ICE in a whole, because the purpose of ICE is to target our immigrant communities in a more militarized and terroristic way. And for that reason, a July 17th, 2018 NPR article argues that ICE is just simply beyond reform, because its objectives in the first place are downright morally apprehensible. If you really wanted to reform ICE, you would have to implement so much reform, you're just going to be starting from scratch. That's why exactly you have to pass this bill to abolish ICE. But next, let's look at two arguments made on the negation and explain why they don't actually stand. First, Representative Gupta talks about how under Section 1, Subsection C and Clause A of this bill, we're going to divert 40% of the CBP's money to local governments for sanctuary policies. But as he correctly points out, a lot of governments at the border don't actually care about sanctuary policies, and they're just actually going to use any additional money to deport more people. But this actually isn't true, because if we just look at the nature of the legislation, they're only going to get this money if they implement sanctuary policies, meaning that if they use this money to deport more people, they've broken the law and they lose all funds. When you pass this bill, money goes to local governments that care about sanctuary policies, and that's a net benefit for immigrants. But next, Representative Anderson and other senators on the negation are concerned that when we abolish ICE, then other agencies aren't going to be able to handle the work enough, arguing that there's not enough infrastructure in the DHS or the FBI to handle the workload of the HSI. But let's see what actually happens. Under Section 1, Subsection B of this bill, we leave the workload to other agencies in the DHS and FBI, and there is enough infrastructure. Because according to a 2005 report from the DHS itself, the DHS's Inspector General concluded in a 175-page report about the DHS's beginnings that there was literally no rationale found for the creation of ICE. There was cause to believe that ICE was simply created to add to bureaucracy and give another reason to create the DHS. There's actually no real purpose, and this means that the DHS can actually completely handle the workload. So on the affirmation, the HSI loses negative stigma and operations continue. It's time to treat immigrants like human beings. Pass.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. That's 3 minutes and 5 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Gupta.
Right, so Representative, I'd like to talk about the local governments. If today's legislation is solely contingent on the fact that local governments will comply with these regulations, and so few of them are actually going to, then how do we see success in the sanctuary policies?
I see no reason why this legislation is completely contingent on local governments, because the main thing is that we're actually abolishing ICE.
Well, who's implementing the sanctuary policies?
Local governments, but sanctuary policies are just a subset of this legislation.
But sanctuary policies are the main thing that are providing a better shelter for these immigrants. So then how do we see like any of these migrants actually getting proper shelter if so few of these local governments are actually going to comply?
That's actually not true, because like sanctuary policies are just a bit of the reason, like
literally
we need to pass this bill.
like
If we're going to abolish ICE, like we take away the entire purpose where they treat our communities in a more militaristic way. That's a really big impact.
I'm not asking about ICE right now. I'm asking about like the local governments and how they've had an exponentially increase in like the number of deportations.
Okay, well, they're not going to get any more money under this legislation.
Thank you, senators. That is the end of cross-examination period. all those. Oh, sorry, my bad. Senator Wilkes, go ahead.
Hey, so this legislation cuts border security budgets down by 40%, right?
Correct.
Where does that money come from?
CBP.
Right, but like, what in ICE's responsibilities is that that money defund?
I'm confused what you mean by that. It just cuts
so ICE does a
funding.
lot of different things, right? ICE does a lot of different things. Whenever you cut down their budget, what portion of ICE's responsibilities have less funding?
I don't really understand what that question means.
Okay, so ICE has a lot of discretionary money that they spend on things like human trafficking and counterterrorism efforts. When you defund ICE, doesn't that mean that those investigation processes are hindered?
I mean, we're not defunding ICE, we're just abolishing it, and its responsibilities are going to other places.
And then we're putting the responsibility to the FBI and the DHS, but the money is simultaneously decreased, right?
The money only
They still have the
decreases
same
for CBP, not FBI.
That is the end of cross-examination period. All speakers and questioners may mute their mics. Seeing that was a speech on the affirmation, all negation speakers, please raise your placards. That goes to Senator Bendapudi.
Thank you. That's Representative Bendapudi speaking for the first time in this chamber. Let me just get my timer out. At the leisure of my judges, anytime you're ready. PO, we ready? Okay. When formulating policy, this Congress enjoys reactive reform over proactive reform. And it's in this affirmative debate that they think that they finally achieved proactive reform. But let's understand that when we pass this legislation, we're not passing proactive policy, but rather painful policy. Let's negate to decrease the amount of humanitarian abuses this legislation causes. Negate because first, you in fact worsen conditions for immigration centers in the CBP detention centers. I'm really surprised that nobody has brought this up insofar in this entire debate, simply because Section 1C of this legislation decreases funding to the CBP by 40%. Why is that so significant? Look to the Office of the Inspector General, which explains on July 2nd of 2019 that the CBP is responsible for the first wave of immigrants coming into the nation and ensures the first step of a process in the immigration process as a whole. And in fact, these very places have in fact seen massive humanitarian abuses. The article goes on further to state that there are extreme cold temperatures, lights on for 24 hours, lack of medical care, basic sanitation, and no water whatsoever. When we pass this legislation, we decrease the amount of funding that directly goes into these detention centers, worsening the humanitarian abuses in the region. Representative Bai, if you care so much about treating people like people, you negate this legislation to ensure the integrity of CBP detention centers. Let's understand, passing only makes the humanitarian abuses in these places worse. Representative Raff, passing this legislation may seem to in fact quicken the process for the immigration process in general. Let's understand, that doesn't matter as long as these detention centers leave scars on people for life. But second, let's understand the negation arguments have been brought up in this entire debate. Now, Representative Bai contends, and every single affirmative speaker contends, that removing ICE means that ICE's initiatives are completely gone. That's inherently untrue, because Section 1B literally replaces the ICE with the DHS with all of its responsibilities, and that includes arrests in sanctuary cities. Representative Bai brings this up and says that the ICE has been notorious for targeting these sanctuary cities in the status quo. I would argue increasing the number of sanctuary city policies only worsens this. Look to the Immigration and Custom Enforcement, which explains on October 20th of 2020 that the main goal of ICE, whenever it sees an increase in sanctuary policy, is an increase in the number of focus that we see on those sanctuary cities and increasing arrests in those regions. Look to the New York Times, which further quantifies this on February 27th of 2018, that when further sanctuary policies were added, there were 2,976 arrests in 2017 in New York. Let's understand, there's a difference between painful policy and proactive policy. The affirmative and the negation have both failed to actually contextualize this. I've been the first in the round to provide such impacts. Let's ensure that we don't cause more pain that we have already produced. Negate this legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 8 seconds. All those who wish to question, please raise your placard. Senator Raffinengo.
Cool. Under a Joe Biden presidency, will these detention centers be removed?
I don't know. You can tell.
He's already made it very clear that he's going to remove these detention centers because they abuse human rights. So if they're removing these detention centers and we pass this legislation, will that 40% budget cut really even mean anything for these immigrants?
Okay, let's understand, like, the whole purpose of the CBP is to have like a actual, like, to begin the process in the first place for people getting in. Like, that's where we house people before they go on to places such as like sanctuary cities. Like, you can't actually like get rid of these detention centers.
No, those detention centers are keeping them there for lengthy periods of time. That's why we see all these human rights abuses.
Okay, yeah,
that's getting removed.
These CBP detention centers are for the first process of the entire like immigration process, starting from like the detention centers.
Of course, but if the process is short now under a Joe Biden administration, they're not keeping them for lengthy periods of time. Doesn't that mean that the human rights conditions are going to increase?
As long as there's like a complete lack of necessities for these very citizens. I already explained that as long as there's scars left on these citizens, literally that just.
All right, let's just take you on your highest ground. Let's say that is true. What happens when we actually give these sanctuary cities all of these immigrants?
Okay, awesome. So is CBP, like a lack of CBP funding due to fraud or due to the fact that they're just chronically underfunded?
I mean, I would argue it's like one, chronically underfunded, and they're just like initiatives focused more on like counterterrorism and like.
That's actually not the case. There have been numerous instances of like CBP misusing funds, specifically like diverting them away
from. If we're going to decrease the number of funding, doesn't that just mean there's going to be more fraud?
Doesn't today's piece of legislation allow us to have a check on the CBP?
No, it doesn't. Because it provides us no enforcement mechanism as to why like fraud decreases and provides no leverage over fraud in the first place. So there's just going to be a more concentration of fraud anyway.
Removing 40% of their funding, providing a substantial amount of leverage on their entity for them to be able.
Yeah, but if it's okay, but if it's not like framed in that manner, all that it is just like a way of in fact paying for something else. It's not actually like a way of ensuring like enforcement or leverage over like a fraudulent system.
What stops us as Congress from portraying it to them as like a negotiation and pushing them to the
Okay, because we've already framed it as a way of paying for something else.
That is the end of cross-examination. All speakers and questioners may mute their mics. Seeing that was a speech in the negation, all affirmation speakers please rise. Senator Ilacqua, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Representative Ilacqua, spelled Ilacqua, again, speaking for the second time today. The leisure of all those above me, please give me any indication. Cool. Everybody is ready? Awesome. Since its inception, the United States of America has always been known as the hallmark of justice, ensuring that those who come needy to our country are able to be provided for and sustained. However, it's because today's piece of legislation finally allows us to show that our values matter to our immigrants that I have never been more proud to affirm. First, I want to go ahead and address the points made by Representative Bendapudi concerning the fact that defunding the CBP will be detrimental to our detention centers. This simply does not stand, due to the fact that in the status quo, the CBP is committing rampant fraud and inherently diverting funds away from detention centers. According to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, in June of 2020, almost $112 million in funds dedicated to providing medical aid to detention centers in the middle of a pandemic were instead spent on dirt bikes, ATVs, and other border protection infrastructure. Representative Bendapudi, when you understand that the CBP is deliberately diverting funds away from those who stand at the entry to our country, waiting for acceptance and provisions, you must understand that you stand with the affirmation. Affirming today's piece of legislation, defunding the CBP, and ensuring that we have some measure of accountability over this rampant aggression makes sure that our citizens and our immigrants can be protected. But second, I want to address something that has gone so far uncontested in today's debate. Specifically, that today's piece of legislation helps get our constituents and our immigrants out of detention centers. As the Center for Immigration Studies explains, on January 9th, 2019, almost 1.1 million immigration cases are currently pending in U.S. courts, amounting to a backlog of almost 3 years. The solution to that? Hiring more immigration judges. Representative Gupta, Today's piece of legislation specifically allows us to provide newly trained judges under Section 2B, making sure that our citizens and our immigrants are subject to fair legal counsel. But that's not all. As NPR furthers, on February 10th, 2020, the primary barrier to hiring is court backlog in the status quo, meaning that when we're able to process cases faster and we have more judges, we're able to cut down on court backlog, meaning that in the long run, we're able to hire more immigration judges. What's the impact of that? As UCLA explains, in the 7th of November, 2015, currently our immigration courts are inherently inhumane, banishing immigrants to conditions that are detrimental to their health, lights on 24 hours a day, and depriving people of food. But furthermore, Representative Raffinengo already proved to you that in today's debate, we improve legal counsel. And that legal counsel makes it 15 times more likely for our immigrants to apply for relief from these detention centers, meaning that we are once and for all able to get them out of this inhumane mess. Representative Anderson, ICE is going to be dissolved. The structure is going to be reformed. Affirm today's piece of legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of exactly 3 minutes and 15 seconds. All those wishing to question, please raise your placards. Senator Bendapudi.
Okay, so what accountability measure does this legislation provide?
Yeah, so like essentially by defunding CBP, we're not only like ensuring that we're able to
let's just say that we defund the CBP,
like immigrants out of like detention centers, but also ensure that the CBP is being accountable.
Okay, so if we defund the CBP, and considering that we're not placing any other like oversight over the CBP in the future, what doesn't stop them from providing like greater fraud in the future?
I mean, like we're cutting down their funding, so they're going to.
That doesn't matter in like stopping like future fraud, right? But okay, let's move on. So you talk a lot about like the issue of like you talk a lot about the issue of court hearings. What takes longer, a court hearing or the entire asylum process, like not including like a court hearing itself?
Likely the entire asylum process, but like today's piece of legislation, today's piece of legislation provides like the necessary support staff and the judges, meaning that the entire asylum process is very small.
But like things such as legal counsel, does this legislation provide for that, or like actual like filing capabilities?
1BA specific, or section 2A, I apologize.
Senator Garigipati.
Very support staff for.
Hey, Senator, bouncing off that previous line of questioning, if the CBP is spending most of their money on like ATVs, as you mentioned, and not on improving the conditions in their detention centers, it means they don't care about the conditions in their detention centers, right? Sure. So just because you make their budget less, why do they start caring?
Okay, so like when we decrease their budget, they're not going to be able to sustainably like continue their operations in a way that makes.
But if they don't care about their operation, why don't they just take 60% of their funding and spend those on ATVs instead of 100%?
Even then, we're still getting people out of detention centers, which means that in the long run, we have no longer a need of detention centers due to.
Wait, I'm confused. This entire advocacy that you built is based off the fact that CBP will start doing their job. If they're not doing the status quo, as you mentioned, and spending the money elsewhere, why do they start doing it now?
In the long run, we're not going to even need these detention centers, meaning that like we don't need CBP to.
Wait, why are they not going to need detention centers? They're still like super, they're still super hostile in airport security. Why are they just going to stop detaining Muslims they think are terrorists?
We're providing legal counsel and we're providing immigration court judges to get people out of detention.
That is the end of our cross-examination period. Seeing that was a speech on the affirmation, all negation speakers, please raise your placards. Senator Wilkes, you have the floor.
Thank the chair. Representative Wilkes, second time today, WILKES. Give everybody a second. Let me know if you're not ready. If I don't see anything, I'll just assume you're ready. All right. Don't hear or see anything, so I'm gonna go ahead and start. Every single morning, 21-year-old Maria would set her alarm at 4 a.m. in the morning to make her way from Guatemala to the United States. But while she was up early in the morning, this Congress couldn't be more asleep. Let's follow Maria's quest of coming to America so you can understand why you need to fail this legislation. The first part of our quest comes with putting on our sandals and answering the question, does this legislation help immigrants? First, through border security. Representative Gutierrez, you argue that you restore municipal trust into investigations. I have two responses for you. First, the DHS still oversees border protection when you pass. All stigma is associated with the DHS, as you literally said in your speech. But second, cutting border security funds worsens the same issue that you and the rest of the affirmation are fighting for. That's because border security budgets cut, hinder actual security. I honestly disagree with my side so far in this debate. I think ICE does more, and the CBP does more bad than good, but it's because this legislation keeps the harms but removes the positives. I'm failing. The University of Colorado explains in a report from March of this year that all of the CBP's discretionary money goes to ensuring trade compliance, drug smuggling prevention, agricultural protection, and sanitation, like Representative Bendapudi explains in his speech. That's more important than any affirmative border security argument, because cutting border security budgets means those services are defunded and none of the affirmative impacts about inhumane treatment at borders actually happen. The second, let's talk about courts. Representative Gupta argues that unqualified judges will be hired when you pass this legislation. I actually disagree. They aren't unqualified. They have an intense racial bias. The Brookings Institute explains in December of 2019 that the majority of immigration judges have an intense racial bias, and a lawyer often can't change their decision of denying asylum quicker. That means a lot in the relation to the affirmation. Representative Raffinengo's argument about increased counsel doesn't stand because a lawyer can't change racism, but are racist judges better than no judges? The Council on Foreign Relations explains in June 11th of 2019 that when asylum seekers are denied asylum once, it is often exponentially more difficult to prove their case in the future, meaning every affirmative argument, especially Representative Ilacqua's argument about case process, is actually worsened. Immigrants have one chance in the next decade to enter our country. Don't make them blow it on a judge that won't accept them regardless of their case. The alarm clock is going off, but the nightmare isn't over. I want to make sure freedom is not exclusive. I don't care who you are or where you're from. This country should be a place where dreams come true. But that will never happen with a nightmare of a legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 47 seconds. All questioners, please raise their placards. Senator Gogoi.
Thank you. Yeah, so why are judges biased in the status quo?
It's like just racial bias. I mean, like I can't tell
Okay,
I can't tell you why they're racist.
So the reason why many judges fast-track deportation is because of immigration judge quotas, where they have to try to get through as many cases as possible, and as a result, fast-track deportation no matter what. If we're going to modernize that.
No, I disagree. I don't think quotas make judges racist. They make them like have to get through cases quicker. I agree that's a bad thing, but that's not the entire reason why they're biased.
Okay, fine. But like, okay, let's say we pass this legislation and we increase court funding for this court modernization. Doesn't that include like fair and objective training for judges to make sure that they eliminate?
Right. So just because you're trained doesn't mean you're like no longer racist. A lot of our current existing training is not sensitivity training.
Okay.
It's just how to process like cases.
Okay, but how effective has sensitivity training been in the status quo?
We don't have a lot of sensitivity training in the status quo because a lot of our funding goes towards like not sensitivity training.
All right, but like modernization policies include that sensitivity.
Senator
training.
Gutierrez.
Hey, Senator, so you said that the DHS will still do border protection, meaning that they don't get like rid of the negative stigma, right?
Right, because the stigma is associated with the DHS.
Okay, right. So under today's legislation, do those investigations just go to the DHS or do they go to the FBI instead?
I mean, it's like kind of like a cooperation thing. It's not like exclusively the
right,
FBI
but mainly it would
exclusively
go to the FBI. And even if it doesn't, isn't that still better than ICE right now, where local municipalities literally just refuse to work with them?
Yeah, so the negation doesn't advocate for the status quo. We just advocate that this legislation is worse than the status quo. We advocate for pragmatic actual change. This Congress likes to scrutinize the DHS a lot. Keeping the DHS in power isn't going to access you any of your impact.
Sure, the affirmation argues that this is better than the status quo because you're giving the HSI the resources necessary because they no longer have that negative stigma because now they're under the FBI instead.
No, I'm just mitigating your impact, saying that just because the DHS is still in control, meaning like not stigma doesn't just like go away.
You're still making a big difference. It's under the FBI now.
I mean, I can talk to you about a lot more in depth.
Questioning time has elapsed. Speakers and questioners may mute their mics. With that being said, all affirmation speakers, please raise their placards. Senator Rubas.
I thank the chair. Hello, everyone. This is Representative Joey Rubas from my judges, once again spelled R-U-B-A-S, speaking for the second time today. If all my judges can give me a thumbs up when you're ready, it'd be greatly appreciated. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I think that's everyone, so we'll get started then. The steps of the Statue of Liberty famously bear the words, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." which is why it's so ironic that this country keeps suffocating those very same people. It's because this legislation brings back the oxygen. I am so proud to pass. So far, this round is broken down into two major clashes. In the next 3 minutes, let me summarize both of them to see why the affirmative categorically wins. First, on ICE investigation, Senator Anderson champions for the negation that changing the DHS organizationally will hurt the HSI's ability to conduct investigations. Mr. Gutierrez already tried to respond to this, but he categorically failed to address the entirety of the argument. Let me pick up where he dropped the ball. Ms. Anderson, being in ICE is not helping the HSI, it's burdening them. In fact, Nick Muroff of the Washington Post wrote on June 28th of 2018 that the vast majority of the members of the HSI have literally signed a petition to be separated from ICE because just being associated with the agency is making it harder for the agents to do their jobs. This legislation does exactly that. In abolishing ICE, Section 1B redistributes their responsibilities back to the DHS and the FBI. This is not only meeting the HSI's demands, like Mr. Gutierrez told you, but it's going even further. That's because, as the Government Technology and Services Coalition writes on August 4th of 2019, 37% of HSI agents have experienced cooperation failures with the FBI, with 87% of those reporting at least one negative impact as a result. This has caused a loss of trust and unnecessarily prolonged investigations due to the lack of communication between the FBI and the HSI. But this legislation directly mends the problem by bringing the FBI to the party. Senator Anderson and Wilkes, investigations don't get worse, they get better. That's why we pass. But second, on the clash about conditions for immigrants, everyone from Mr. Raffinengo to Mr. Bai to Mr. Ilacqua has championed for the affirmative that the idea that this legislation is going to help out immigrants. But I'd like to take the time to go line by line down the negs responses to this to see why all of them are false. First, Mr. Gupta champions the idea that sanctuary cities discriminate against immigrants, but that impact has nothing to do with this bill. If anything, investing in policies to help these immigrants integrate is going to help the immigrants get discriminated against less in this city. Then, Mr. Wilkes and Gupta say that this legislation is going to bring worse judges to the courts, but Mr. Gogoi already reffed this. This bill is literally funding training for new judges. It's going to make the court's judges better, not worse. Then, Mr. Bendapudi tells us that under the status quo, the CBP is inefficient in its spending, and Mr. Bendapudi tells us that if we cut CBP funding, it's going to hurt detention centers. First of all, they're already inefficient in their sending, but more importantly, immigrants are held in detention centers when they're waiting to go to court. You speed up the court proceedings, you get them out of the detention centers in the first place. The Statue of Liberty was built over 150 years ago, but if we fail, it may be another 150 till the words it bears ring true.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 11 seconds. That's 3 minutes and 11 seconds. All questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Anderson, you have the floor. Or Senator Anderson, or Senator Bendapudi.
Okay, so in my speech, I tell you that when you increase sanctuary policies and you in fact allow that DHS to practically absorb the ICE, we see that there's greater enforcement arrests in those sanctuary cities. So wouldn't passing make more arrests just by increasing the number of policies under this legislation?
No, absolutely not. We're literally abolishing ICE entirety and getting rid of most of their responsibilities.
Like being handed off to ICE's responsibilities are practically being handed off to the DHS. Why does that impact just not stand in this debate?
I mean, the degree that are focusing on like detaining and like arresting undocumented immigrants is like going down significantly. Like that's ICE's entire purpose. Getting rid of the agency like gets rid of the focus on that.
Okay, but the DHS is taking those responsibilities. But let's move on. You say that in the status quo, because we increase like the immigration like process, that somehow means like CBP like it won't matter how good CBP centers are. Considering the fact that these are just like the first step, doesn't that mean immigrants still have to go through those centers?
Senator Anderson.
Senator, I'm just a little curious. Will having more judges just automatically expedite these cases and help the immigrants in the status quo?
I mean, yes, it's creating more bandwidth for the courts. That's going to expedite the process.
Okay, great. So you can have these courts, but what about the people who can't really afford lawyers? Because sometimes to win these cases, or at least to get in the country, they're going to need one, and it's going to be beneficial.
I mean, that's non-unique within this legislation. I would at least rather have the people who
How is
do
it not
have
unique?
lawyers.
What if people who, all right, you're focusing on the people who already have lawyers. What about the people who need lawyers and who can't afford them? How is this going to end up just benefiting them?
Raffinengo said in his sponsorship speech that under the definition of like other workers within this legislation, we're including attorneys. This legislation is going to help people get an access to representation.
Are they going to be able to pay for it?
I mean, if it's government subsidized, they shouldn't have to.
All right, but where does it exactly say that you're getting government subsidized lawyers or attorneys to help these people in these cases?
Section 2B says that the funding we're taking from the CBP is also going to go into necessary support staff. Mr. Raffinengo interpreted that.
Cross-examination. All speakers on the affirmation, please raise your placard.
Wait, isn't it negation?
Oh, my apologies. Yes. All speakers on negation, please raise your placards. Senator Garigipati, you have the floor.
I thank the chair. Speaking for the second time this session, that's Senator Garigipati, spelled Garigipati. I'm at the leisure of all those above me. Could anyone give me a verbal indication if you're not ready? Okay, hearing none, I'll get my timer ready and then get started. America prides itself on holding a strong stance against illegal activity and holding people accountable for their actions. The issue is that our government tends to take these ideas way too far. No one person is illegal. Undocumented immigrants and asylum seekers shouldn't be treated as anything but that. It's because today's legislation only worsens that reality. You're going to negate. First, let's address a key misconception of the affirmative about sanctuary policies. Senators Ilacqua and Raffinengo just assume that as soon as you add a lawyer into the equation, it means the problem is solved. Let's clear up that misconception. The National Immigration Forum case index summary from September finds that in immigration cases without lawyers present, undocumented immigrants are deported 72% of the time. But in the few cases in which lawyers are present, they're only deported 67% of the time. That's such a tiny difference. Senator Raffinengo and Ilacqua, the undocumented immigrants that are deported were deported because they didn't have legal documentation. A lawyer can't just magically disprove that. Them being deported is a problem, but giving them a lawyer doesn't fix it. But Senator Raffinengo, even in your best case scenario, where this 5% differential are cleared for asylums because of their lawyers, Senator Gogoi already told you that in immigration courts, lawyers are not guaranteed. This means that the affirmative advocacy about better justice in immigration courts is effectively null. Do not buy this argument. Next, you failed this legislation to prevent aggressive humanity violations. Let's talk about the other major point of contention in this debate, the 40% budget cut to Customs and Border Patrol. In the status quo, the New York Times in September of 2019 explains that Customs and Border Patrol agents are actively hated because of their lack of success and their method of enforcing it by harassing innocent civilians in airports and cruise ports. Senators Bendapudi and Wilkes on my own side tell you that their bad actions, that when you cut their funding, they'll continue their bad actions and somehow drop their good ones, or make zero spending on food and water in detention centers somehow worse. First, Mr. Wilkes, they don't do productive actions in the first place, so no good actions are being cut. Second, Mr. Bendapudi, if this legislation is already spending $0, it means it can't get worse. Let's pick up where they dropped the ball and give you a real reason to negate. Senator Rubas, you're right. These detention centers that the CBP has are already bad, but passing and cutting their budget only makes them more aggressive in harassing enforcement. Your advocacy about sanctuary policies doesn't fix this issue whatsoever because I already proved to you they're null. US News on August of 2018 provides that Border Patrol agents are hostile and aggressive when they're undermined to portray strength so they don't want to be seen as weak. When you pass this legislation and their funding is cut by 40%, basically guarantee that you will see visible changes. When people see those changes, they're not going to be as scared of those agents or take them as seriously. We're undermining them so their actions become more hostile and even more aggressive. Senator Ilacqua, just because they're fraudulent doesn't mean removing their funding takes away accountability. Less money doesn't make them saints. It makes them worse. But what is a tangible issue? The Hill on October of 2019 explains that when angered Border Patrol agents unfairly detain Muslims, accuse them of being suspicious, held journalists against their will, and even male agents harassing women when they go through separate security systems. When you pass and undermine them further, these aggressive and hostile actions only become far, far worse. They're stripping people of basic human rights, innocent people. Don't force their hand to do it so much more. It's clear you have to negate.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. All those wishing to question, please rise. Senator Rubas.
Why are people held in detention centers?
Because the CBP doesn't like thinks they're suspicious of them.
Right, like it's in the build-up to them going to court, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
So if we speed up the court system by adding more judges, don't less people have to be in detention centers in the first
The court
place?
system isn't sped up. The process is still the same. A lawyer or a judge doesn't just automatically disprove that undocumented immigrants don't have documentation. Nothing actually changes. I read you evidence.
Okay, so there's way more judges. Let's actually engage on this clash, right? You said that the problem isn't a lack of representation. If it's not a lack of representation, what is it then?
It's that they're being deported unfairly. Like the result is the problem, not the method to that result.
So doesn't investing in judge training help to mitigate the problem that you say is the issue?
No, because they're following the law. It's the law that is the problem. Making more judges doesn't make it so the law magically turns around. They're still going to be deported, and it's still going to take a long time in either world.
I mean, one way or another, we're increasing the bandwidth that the system has.
The law is the problem, not the courts that enforce it.
Senator Raffinengo.
Okay, you argue that lawyers aren't guaranteed in the status quo, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so wouldn't it be like under this legislation, we actually increase the pool of lawyers, making it easier for immigrants to get immigration counsel?
Sure, but what I told you is even in cases where there are immigration lawyers, there's only a decrease by 5% in the number of people that get deported. That means that there's not that much of a difference. So that doesn't really matter.
Representative, that's not true. I've shown you a statistic, but let's take you on your highest ground and say it is 5%. Isn't that 5%, which is tens of thousands of people, a good thing? That those 5% that's like prevented from being deported for no reason.
This is where you combine the fact that immigration lawyers aren't like guaranteed, because just because there is that 5%,
let's say they're not guaranteed, though, Representative. Basic economic principles tell us that when there's more availability and to save demand, it becomes cheaper and easier to get access.
Can I answer your question? Immigration lawyers aren't going to courts. Like, one, because there's a shortage, but the bigger problem is that immigration courts pay very little money. There's no incentive, even if there's more, for them to take up those cases.
Sure, there's out of time. I was going to ask a question, but
has elapsed. All those wishing to speak on the affirmation, please raise your placards. Senator Gogoi, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, judges. I'm the last speaker of this round, so just bear with me a bit longer whenever you're ready. All right. If you're not ready, say something. Okay, perfect. When I look around this Congress, I see one of the most diverse and youngest Congresses yet. I mean, just look at all of us. We all look so young, it's almost as if we're all still in high school. And the diversity in this room really represents a true American ideal, that no matter where you're from, what you look like, or what you preach, you too can be a part of this country. But it's because ICE is threatening that very same ideal. You have to stand on the affirmation. Now, so far, the biggest uncontested argument on the negation has been this idea that whether you pass today's legislation and transport ICE to the DHS, nothing is going to change, stated by Representative Bendapudi, Wilkes, and Garigipati, because the issue is that the DHS carries the same stigma as ICE, and as a result, because you're not reforming ICE's responsibilities, they're going to continue to be aggressive or have racist practices. I'm going to tell you that even if that is true, you still pass because you solve the root cause of why ICE was so aggressive in the first place. You decrease unauthorized immigration as a whole. That's because Krishnadev Kalamar explained to The Atlantic in April 2019, the majority of unauthorized immigrants actually come to the United States legally, but end up overstaying their visas. In fact, that's over 60% of unauthorized immigrants. But then why do they overstay their visas? Well, it's because of what Representative Ilacqua told you, because of huge court waiting times. In fact, court waiting times end up taking around 3 years on average. So as a result, when an unauthorized immigrant who loses their visa applies for an immigration case to extend their visa, they stay in the United States unauthorized. That allows ICE to then deport that same immigrant while they're just waiting for a trial. But that changes when you pass today's legislation by decreasing court backlog, by increasing the amount of judges. That's so crucial because that decreases the amount of abuse in detention centers. Representative Bendapudi, you said that by decreasing funding for the CBP, we're going to have decreased money for detention centers, making them more inhumane. Well, if there's going to be less waiting times in courts, in immigration courts, because you decrease court waiting times, there's less abuse overall. And we've all heard of the terrible horrors that go inside these detention centers. 6 times smaller than your average room, acute shortages of water and food, 1,000 sexual abuse cases every single year and 23 deaths every single year. That's going to be the biggest impact in today's round. That weighs so much more than Representative Gupta's argument of local governments possibly not complying and Representative Anderson's lack of investigation. When you pass today's legislation, you decrease the amount of unauthorized immigrants as a whole by decreasing the amount of waiting times for an immigration court case, so that no longer immigrants will overstay their visas. But the second reason why you pass is it makes it makes the responsibilities of ICE a lot more efficient because you transfer the responsibilities of ICE to the FBI. Let's realize why that's so important. An FBI report explains in December 2016 that FBI agents need 800 hours of training to actually work in the FBI. And furthermore, FBI heads have to be confirmed by the Senate, meaning there's a lot more accountability and efficiency in the FBI. And when you transfer ICE's responsibilities to the FBI, you ensure that they are a lot more efficient. Uphold the true American ideal of diversity and pass today's legislation.
Thank you, Senator, for that speech of exactly 3 minutes and 15 seconds. With that, all questioners, please raise your placards. Senator Ilacqua.
All right. So if I'm like an immigrant that comes to the United States and my visa expires, do I have to be processed back through like the immigration court system again?
So you can apply for a visa extension or for a green card, and if you do, you have to go to an immigration court.
So like that's not the case in the status quo. I just need to go to my local, like I need to apply for a visa, but those cases aren't processed through our immigration courts.
They are. Like for green cards and visa extensions, they are. It's just a separate branch of like the immigration courts.
Right, but that immigration, like that branch is much more efficient than those who deal like with our frontline immigrants on the side.
But if you're deported while you're waiting, or like detained by ICE while you're waiting, then you have to go to the other branch.
Okay, also moving on from there, like as a whole, like Representative Gupta already shows us that like this judge training in the past has been like largely inefficient. Why would
I would contend otherwise. Either way though, some training is better than none training.
I mean, yeah, but has that judge training in the past specifically attacked the racial biases that have been like such like?
Yes, there is sensitivity training in the ERI's modernization policy.
Senator Garigipati.
Hey, Senator. So let's talk about the immigration court backlog. Why does it have Why is there a backlog right now?
Because of a lack of judges.
Mm-hmm. And so just because so if you add more lawyers and more judges, doesn't mean the verdict of those cases change.
No, but I argue some trial is better than no trial. If you're waiting in a detention center for 3 years versus only for like.
But if you don't have a visa, but if you don't have a visa, you're still undocumented for that period of time.
Okay,
right?
here's the thing.
That
argument is completely non-unique. Like that's going to occur whether you pass or fail. But at least when you pass today's legislation, they're being held in detention centers for a lot less time, and they're given a trial much.
No, it's not non-unique for me. It's non-unique for you. Like, doesn't this mean just mitigate your impact? Like, if there's time. Just because there's more judges in between doesn't mean that the verdict of the
if there's more judges, that means more cases are being held. That decreases.
But the people that have outdated visas that go to those courts will still get deported in that time, whether there's more judges.
No,
or not,
because
right?
it proves that they had previous documentation. Lawyers can prove that.
Thank you, senators. All cross-examination has elapsed. All speakers
thank the chair.
Mute their mics. With that being said, and with everyone having given a second speech, the chair will now unilaterally move to previous question. And we will now vote on a bill on immigration. All those wishing to pass today's legislation, please raise your placards. It's by Raffinengo, Gogoi, Rubas, Gutierrez, Ilacqua. All those wishing to fail today's legislation, please raise your placard. Anderson, Gupta, Bendapudi, Wilkes, that's it. That's 4. There should be no abstentions. On a vote of 7 to 4 to 0, this bill does pass. Congratulations to the author. With that being said, are there any motions on the floor? Senator Garigipati.
A motion to adjourn.
Seconds. Assuming unanimous consent, so ordered. I just want to thank everyone for a great round today. We were able to get through 22 speeches with everyone giving a second speech and 45 questions. And with that being said, I'll pass it on to the director.
Yep. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much on a great round. That was really nice to see. We do have a couple last orders of business to get through. So right now, if you log on to Tab Room, I'm not sure if it's still in its weird, like mushed up state, but competitors, if you go into Tab Room and click on your account homepage, you should be able to see a big red button that says student competitor vote, just like yesterday. Click on that. We'll be using it for the leadership award for finals. I'm not sure if it works now. So if anyone has any questions about if that's working, let me know. Yes.
So it doesn't have a big red button. You have to like look very carefully. It's like a small, tiny little line of red text, but it does work. So
okay, that's awesome. Thank you for letting me know.
Wait, can you say, what does it say? What does the text say?
It should say student competitor vote.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's also a localized issue with Safari. So if like I'm using it on Chrome and it works okay right now. So I try different browsers. It might turn out differently.
And then yeah, judges, thank you so much for judging. If you guys could just get your ballots in as soon as possible, that'd be awesome. As always, you can always edit your ballots for speech feedback after you've submitted ranks.
Okay, I'm having trouble finding it. Where is it? Like I still have this mushed up, like
Yeah, I sent a screenshot. I saw the mushed up thing. I sent a screenshot. Like, you know how you have like the 3 boxes for like your rounds or whatever? Right above that, there's a little line that says.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay, thank you so much.
And then we'll be doing awards like around 5 minutes after we get the last ballot. So yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question. Oh yeah. Do you still want judges to submit ranks in Tab, or do you want us?
We'd rather that you submit ranks through Tab Room, but for like the feedback, if you have it all on one Google Doc, you can just put in the Google Doc for like one competitor's speech, and then we'll send it out to everyone else. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So like I'll just submit ranks through Tab, and I have everything on just one doc, so I'm literally just gonna like put the link to the doc in like the chat or whatever, and then everybody.
Okay, that works too. Yeah.
So I'll put it in like the Discord, and everybody can look at it there.
Wait, Jimmy, Jason, for the award ceremony, do we just come back here?
Yes, you can stay on if you want. We'll probably be done in like a few minutes, not too long.
Okay, fine.
Thank you for POing, Kaushal.
Thank you, Kaushal.
Thanks, Kaushal.
What a legend.
Thank you.
And thanks, judges, as well.
Oh, also, I don't know if the judges know this, but just to confirm, don't rank the PO because he's like not a competitor.
Yeah, and then I know that there was like a tab room issue earlier where like it wouldn't let you rank if you didn't put in a PO score, but I got rid of that option. So you guys should be able to rank now regardless of POing. And then Quest, I got your ballots as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure. Anything you guys need from me still?
No, I think we're good. But just keep an eye out for the live stream. We'll also be shouting out Ascend during the award ceremony. So yeah.
Yes. Is it streaming right now?
Yes.
Streaming right now, yeah.
Should be.
But
Standby awards starting soon. Yeah. Mhm.
Gotcha. Ago, we have a thing going right now where if you sign up in our early registration deadline, which is $50 cheaper than our regular registration, you get to pick your primary coach this year. So if you're on early registration, you get to pick your primary coach instead of have one assigned to you. So if there's somebody that you think is like a really great coach, or there's a debater that you really want to learn from, sign up now. You guys get in. If you still have the ability to get more gifts from the holidays out of your parents, that's a great thing to ask for right about now. So yeah, definitely you guys should join us this summer. We have already committed to being completely virtual. We believe that is the safest option for everybody this upcoming summer. So, join us. We have revamped part of it. We have a new updated curriculum that's going to be even more customized to each individual student that I helped create. That'll be for every single student that goes in. We have options for 12 sessions, 18 sessions, 24 sessions, plus weekly practices, mock rounds that would take a lot like this one, except you get a ton of comments from a ton of different coaches, a ton of different judges throughout the summer to monitor your progress. Basically, I'm very confident in our program this summer. That's going to be even better than last summer, and our reviews from last summer were pretty cool. So you guys should join it. But anyways, it was a pleasure seeing all of you guys. To those I haven't seen in a while, to those who I haven't seen before, very good round. It was awesome judging you guys. And yeah, by the way, it's time to stop with the whole drop the ball, guys. Really, it's time. He graduated. We don't need to hear it anymore.
Yeah, I'm so confused now.
Basically, every single student who knows a certain former debater said that somebody else dropped the ball in this round. And that's a phrase that they like using. Right, Joey, Pranav?
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Where should I, for director, where should I just drop the link to my ballot?
You can send to this chat, and then I can put it in the
you can just put it in the
chat for you.
I think if you want it to be private, you can privately send it to one of the directors.
Oh yeah.
Oh no! It's everyone's ballot. It's everyone's critiques is all on one ballot. It's basically my flow. I just edit it.
Okay.
So I was just gonna put it in the Discord, but I didn't know what chat in the Discord to put it in.
You can just send it in the judges one, and then we will distribute it to the bettors.
Yeah, that would be an easy way to do it.
Okay.
And then Judge Shook, it says we're still waiting on ranks from you. Were you able to get them in, or?
Yeah, sorry, I'm working on it now. It's my first time using this. It's taking a little bit of a second to go through it. Yeah, sorry about that.
No
You're
worries.
good.
We're right on schedule, actually, so that's good. A little early.
And then just in case, for everyone on the live stream, we cut out Quest's intro accidentally, so we had to restart that. So anyways, that Ascend announcement came from Quest, who is the head of Ascend Speech and Debate. You can find their website at www.ascendspeech.org, which will also be on our awards standby screen on the live stream. So you can definitely check that one out. Thanks, everyone.
time of the year now. You got people falling in love. It brings you good cheer now when that mistletoe is above. Can you Santa driving the sleigh? Or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid. Never get a white Christmas, but today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you. No, 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 no.
It's been a few years now, and this cold town's not quite the same. I wish you were here now, by the fire, stoking the flame. Can hear Santa driving the sleigh. Or was it the Grinch and he got away? Kevin's alone, not acting afraid, waiting for a white Christmas. And today snowflakes falling down. It's Christmas time, but you're not here right now to put up the lights. The candles on the mantle, they don't flicker like they used to. With the snowflakes falling down, it's not Christmas time without you.
No, 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 it don't feel right without you.
No, 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 it don't feel right without you.
your cameras, Jason too.
All right, one second.
We're not at the announcing part yet. We have to do thank yous first. Be prepared.
Fine.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty, we'll get started then. Wait, is everything ready?
William, you have the first line.
I do. Okay, so
hold up.
What?
Hold up. Okay, I have to make sure the live stream is good. I think it's good now. Go ahead, sir.
Right.
Wait, the live stream is saying standby award starting soon still on my end.
Oh my god. Okay, is it good now? It should transition like any minute now.
Any minute.
It's not.
There's like a 30-second delay. So
there's a 30-second delay. So we're gonna trust that it's good, and we're gonna get started.
Oh, Jason, is it good or is it not good?
It's
Oh,
not good.
Perfect. It's perfect. Start.
Oh,
Okay.
no, it is. Okay,
Start.
we're good.
Alrighty, okay. So thank you for everyone here and everyone who might be watching or whatever for participating in the Holiday Hullabaloo Congressional Debate Tournament. We saw 30 competitors sign up across 2 countries and 9 different states, so that was very cool. First and foremost, we would like to thank our amazing sponsor, Ascend Speech and Debate. Quest, our final round parley, has already told you about the program that they're offering in the summer, and we highly encourage you to sign up. Their success is reflected in this tournament, given that nearly half of all of our finalists are Ascend alumni. As Jimmy recited from memory, you can go check out their website at www.ascendspeech.org. And remember that if you sign up now, you can still get their early bird deal, which I believe lets you choose who your primary coach is.
Right. Next, we'd like to thank all of our judges, some of which came to judge even at an extremely short notice. Also, I apologize in advance if I mess up any pronunciation. Jomi Epoyen, Michael Shook, Taylor Curro, Quest Sandel, Will Ma, Emma Sedlak, Alex Nguyen, Vincente Castillos, Roxanne Clark, and Kwashao Romalingan. I apologize. Our finals tournament presiding officer who did a fantastic job for his first time POing.
And then next we have a short social media plug. Check us out on Instagram. This is like the second or third technically, but second biggest tournament we're hosting. I promise you more tournaments are coming throughout the rest of the season. We'll obviously have one probably during the summer break and maybe even during spring break. So, you know, keep your emails and Instagram feeds peeled for that. Make sure you guys all go and follow that. All right? Then, we'd also like to encourage you to donate to our American Red Cross fundraiser on our Tabroom site, which is on holidayhulla.tabroom.com. Right there. And with that, here's what you've been all waiting for. But first, we're going to be announcing the Leadership Bowl Award winners. Jason and William, remind me, do we have slides for the Leadership Bowl Award winners?
Who made the slides? Okay, don't ask me about it.
Okay, so our prelims Chamber 1 Leadership Board Award goes to
Emma Anderson. Emma, you should wave to the crowd. All right, cool. And then, okay, our prelim Chamber 2 Leadership Bowl Award goes to Pranav Garigipati. And finally, our most prestigious Leadership Bowl Award, the Finals Chamber Leadership Bowl Award, goes to, let me pin him on the live stream so you guys can see him, Mr. Joseph Rubas. Yeah. I'm going to take him off the pinning now. Okay. Hold up. I got to switch back to gallery view. Excellent. All right. Now we're going to go to ranks, which is what you've all been waiting for, obviously. But first, our honorable mention for finalist, Mr. Isham Bhattad, who was unable to compete today. We miss you, Isham.
We miss you, Isham. All right. So, in 11th place, if you want to...
Yes, I will continue.
William Gutierrez.
Mr. William Gutierrez, please wave to the math. Oh, God, he didn't wave. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Wait, can our directors turn off their cameras now so that we can get the...
Yes, we know how much you hate our faces.
Right. Am I announcing all of them? Okay, in 10th
No, we're
place.
alternating. Okay.
Alternating. Look at the chart. Oh my God. Let's get this done.
All right, keep going. Come on. In
Yeah,
10th
just
place
say it,
is
Jason.
Patrick Bai.
Okay, Tom,
All right,
say it in
9th place. Jimmy changed the slides. In 9th place is Alex Ilacqua.
Woohoo! Alex, you gotta wave to the masses. Oh, he didn't wave. Okay. Yeah! All right.
Wave to the 6 viewers. Okay.
In 8th place, Emma Anderson. Oh god, why am I switching? Okay.
In 7th place, I'm waiting for Jimmy. In 7th place, Nicholas Raffinengo.
Woohoo!
Alrighty. In 6th place, and I hope we didn't mess this up when we were typing, is Vansh Gogoi.
Woohoo! Oh god, sorry about that. Okay. In 5th place, I'm sorry Pranav, we ruined the suspense. Pranav Garigipati.
In 4th place, waiting for the transition, Parv Gupta.
Woohoo! Woo. And now for your top 3, Mr. Tong.
All right. In third place is Rohan Bendapudi.
And then our runner-up for this tournament, the 2020 Holiday Hullabaloo tournament, is Joey Rubas.
And in first place, our 2020 Holiday Hullabaloo champion is Ethan Wilkes.
All right, everyone can turn on their cameras back on now.
Yep. Again, we'd like to thank all of our judges, competitors, and coaches. Stay safe and have a lovely New Year's. And we apologize if we messed up any names.
Yeah, but with that, that pretty much concludes everything. I think all the ballots should be available to you now. We'll be posting like full chamber results and Leadership Bowl Award winners all on Tab Room. And with that, everyone stay safe, like Jason said. Hope you guys have a fantastic New Year's. Hopefully 2021 will be a better year than 2020. All right, thanks everyone. Bye.
Hasta luego.
Y'all, don't end the meeting. We need to do the after party.
Yeah, we're doing the after party right now.
Oh,
Let's
I
go.
forgot about that. Hold up. Gotta
We
make
always do an after party.
Hold up.